kid that grew up coming to games here, and this was his dream, and few of us get to live out our dream. We're two of them that are doing it, so we're very, very, very blessed to get to do that. So I know what this means. I know what he means to this town. I know that the things that the people know what he's done and how much he loves this university. I know that he would have a true dream of playing his greatest game, our team playing its greatest game, to be able to walk off that, off that field in that stadium, his last one, with that victory, because he's all team. He would care less if he threw for 1 yard. If we could win the game, he'd be the happiest player out there.
Coach, how about Keaton Mitchell and C.J. Johnson? They both, of course, were injured in the game last week with Cincinnati. How are they for the game this week?
Well, it was a very bad situation there. We were very scary. The doctors did a great job. Our medical team, Cincinnati's medical team, came through for us as well. They both have recovered. It was not as serious as we had feared at one time. They've been a little bit slow at practice this week. We've had to take care of them, but we're expecting both of them to play.
Coach, it's amazing the freshman season that Marlon Gunn Jr. is having, and, of course, he had to step up in the Cincinnati game and play because Keaton, of course, was out. But this freshman really has a lot of promise, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. We're really high on Marlon, and he's earned it. He's done it the tough way, and he's been ready. And that's the thing for a backup. Sometimes that's the hardest thing is that you don't know when you're going in. You don't know how long you're going to get to stay in. He's gotten a couple of opportunities. He's surely made the best of it.
Talk about opportunities now that there are 3 games left, the 2 regular season games, and, of course, a bowl game. Now is the opportunity, I guess, for Mason Garcia to get on the field and get some reps. So, Coach, how do you feel about Mason playing here the tail end of the season?
Well, we're sure going to try to get him in all 3 games. We were able to save his red shirt year, which is what he had requested and he asked us to do, and we said we would do it if we could. Obviously, we always put the team first and then put the player second, and we're able to get through without having to play. So now we're hoping to work him in there in some different situations. The ideal situation would be to get way ahead in these games and get to let him have the whole second half or the fourth quarter. We're probably not expecting that to happen, so we're going to try to work him in some other situations, though.
Coach, how about the offense this week? What do you need to do to move the ball and score some points against this Houston defense?
Well, we're going to have to pass protect really well because they have a good rush up front, and, we need to be able to throw the ball on them. They're very hard to run the ball on. They really play the run hard. So it's going to be another big challenge for us up front. The receivers are going to get a lot of one-on-one coverage. They're going to have to go beat your guys. That's
ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. Here, my thanks to Coach Kirkpatrick for dropping by. Also, Blake Harrell, defensive coordinator at ECU. And our special guest was Morgan Ahlers, talking about his son, Holton Ahlers, who will be playing his final game on Saturday at 2 o'clock in Greenville as he will lead the Pirates against the Houston Cougars in another AAC matchup coming up. My thanks to Shirley Rhodes for twisting the dials here at UBE, and this is our final regular season show of the year at University Book Exchange. My thanks, as always, to Don Edwards. He has been our gracious host for 35 years of our Pirate Preview shows. Golf time, 2 o'clock. It is ECU and Houston. Love to see 40,000 plus at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, Bagwell Field for this final regular season game of the year. Weather's going to be great. It's going to be 55 degrees at kickoff time. A lot of sunshine. So we'll see you out at the stadium today for the final regular season game of the year. Have a great day, everybody.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
And you can expect us to play with a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and be able to execute and go make a lot of damn plays for this offense.
I love a shark. A shark does 2 things. One thing, he never goes backward. He's always moving forward. The next thing he does, he never sleeps. You ain't never saw a shark and a catfish in the same fish tank. It won't happen.
People think that for us it's just about catching a football and doing different things when it's in our hands. No, we're going to be the best damn blockers in the country.
I want this so bad for this university, and we got a leader now. We got a leader that's ready to go. So let's take this program to the next level.
We don't want nothing fake. Everything around us and surrounding East Carolina will be real, and the energy is real.
So know your role. If you're a star, be a star. If you're a role player, you be the best damn role player there is.
It's going to change. I promise you. As I stand here, it will change. Okay, and when it does, that stadium, it's going to be rocking, and heaven help whoever walks in there to play us.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
Good morning, Pirate Nation. Welcome in to the Week 11 edition. Where does the time go? Of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Clip Rock in the Pirate Radio studios. Shirley Rhodes, the Chan Man's here. Jenny Shelton along with us today. And also the voice, Jeff Charles, here for hour number one of our program. You can check us out on Pirate Radio 92.7 FM in Greenville, 104.1 in Washington. We're on 1250, 930 online, PR927FM.com. And you can join us on this ride. What's on your menu today? How you feeling about the Pirates and the Cougars? Who's going to have a big game? Let us know on Facebook Live and on YouTube as you ride along with us today right here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We're with you for the next 4 hours, taking you up to the Senior Day kickoff at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. And here in hour number one, we'll get the thoughts of Jeff Charles as he joins us here in the Pirate Radio studios. Coming up in hour number two, we'll have our first tailgate check-in, our first of three on the day. And should be some Pirate royalty out there at the tailgate today. Shane Carden back in town for the first time in 5 years to see the Pirates. He was here yesterday in studio on Pirate Radio Live. He'll be out at the tailgate today, and a cast of others that will check in with Troy D. We'll talk to Troy coming up at 11 o'clock. We'll hear from the offensive coordinator today of the Pirates, Donnie Kirkpatrick, defensive coordinator Blake Harrell, and a lot of live check-ins at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium starting in hour number two with Stephen Igo from Hoist the Colors. Might join us here in studio. We'll talk to Patrick Mason on the way to the game coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Brian Bailey will join us from the Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium turf coming up at 12 o'clock. Billy Weaver, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show, will join us that hour as well. We'll also hear from a lot of Pirate seniors today, including Holton Ahlers, Xavier Smith, Miles Berry, suiting up one more time at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium in their college careers. Brian North will join us later on in today's program. And, of course, we'll have our fantasy picks and final thoughts in hour number four of today's program. Thanks for tuning in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. One more time for a home game in 2022. We'll pop the top on the Week 11 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
And you can expect us to play with a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and be able to execute and go make a lot of damn plays.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar with daily specials. And here's the lineup. Mondays feature $7 margaritas and half-price appetizers. Tuesday is stuffed seafood night. Wednesday is date night. Thursday is roasted smoked lamb chop night. Fridays is prime rib night. And Saturday is Italian night and is also Fred and Wilma night with our 36-ounce bone-in tomahawk steak just like the Flintstones. And on Sunday, it's our legendary brunch from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals is your one-stop shop for weddings, anniversaries, corporate events, family reunions, birthday parties, or any celebration with friends and family. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals has the widest selection of tents, tables, chairs, linens, china, concession equipment, bounce rides, games, staging, wedding equipment, dance floors, and so much more. At ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, we help people get together. Call today at 756-7903. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, locally owned and operated on Diamond Drive in Greenville near Agri Supply and Equipment Plus. Did you know time spent outdoors can help improve your children's health and bring balance to their life? The Outdoor Heritage Advisory Council invites you to join the Patch program. This program is for any child under the age of 16 and includes activities like fishing, hunting, and hiking. These are just one of the many ways you can earn the exclusive patches from the Outdoor Heritage Council. For more information on how to sign up and get your adventure started, visit outdoorheritage.nc.gov.
This is John Gavigan with the Gavigan Agency. Our top priority is doing what is best for our members. Whether you are buying a new vehicle, a new home, protecting your family with life insurance, or filing a claim, our agency will be there every step of the way. Our goal is to become a trusted advisor for you and your family for all of your personal and commercial insurance needs. Give us a call in Greenville at 756-1400 for a car, home, business, or life insurance quote today, and give us the opportunity to show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Avoid the long check-in lines and congestion at the big airports and fly local at PGV. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American Airline flights perfect for your next trip. Book today at aa.com. PGV, where the pirates fly.
Winslow's is now Fifth Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room with a brand new look. Fifth Street Hardware also has a new menu and serving lunch and dinner every Tuesday through Sunday and brunch starting at 10:30 on Sundays. What else is new? Well, they have poker every Tuesday night, Trivia Wednesday with DJ Captain Morgan, and on Friday and Saturday nights they have live music open till 2 a.m. serving light appetizers all night long. New look, new name, same location on Fifth Street. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram for more specials. Fifth Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's where our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. And you can join the over 60,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, welcome in and good morning. First time we've said that on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in a long time. We've had a string of night games, so nice to be with you. Early-ish here inside the Pirate Radio studios, getting you ready for a 2 o'clock kickoff today, East Carolina and Houston, and we'll get you set for that kickoff here in the next 4 hours, and happy to be riding along with you this morning. Let us know what's on your tailgate menu and who's going to have a big game for the Pirates today. How you feeling about Senior Day, East Carolina and Houston? We are feeling great because Country Mart has dropped off some sausage dogs, cheese biscuits, some fatback for Shirley. So everybody happy and ready to go here in the Pirate Radio studios on a Saturday morning. Beautiful day, cool day, obviously, here in Eastern North Carolina, ready for some football. Jeff Charles joining us here the first hour of today's show. Jeff, how you doing on this game day?
I'm doing great, Clip, and I'll tell you what, isn't it amazing how quickly the seasons go by? Here we are with the final regular season home game of the year, and the weather is perfect. I mean, this is perfect football weather. Today was 50 degrees when I walked in the studio here about 20 minutes ago or so, and the sun is out. should have a really big crowd for this one. And I'll tell you what, Clip, as we mentioned on the UB Pirate preview show that was just aired, what a great quarterback matchup this is today. This is really a marquee matchup. And, of course, one of the storylines has to be Holton Ahlers, who is playing his final game in Greenville. But when you take that out of the equation and you just match up the quarterbacks in this one, two of the best quarterbacks certainly in the league, Holton Ahlers versus Clayton Tune, who's having a great year for Houston. So certainly that is a big storyline going into this one.
Yeah, and you throw in the senior day aspect of it as well when you talk about Holton Ahlers and coming from just down the road at D.H. Conley, growing up, playing, Little League. All the stories by now. So kind of a culmination to all that. Brian North talked about it yesterday when he joined us on Pirate Radio Live, that we've been covering Holton Ahlers since his time here, but really, since his recruitment and even before that, we knew about him. So this is kind of the end chapter here, Jeff, to a long story when it comes to the quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Before he was at ECU, as you well know, Clip, and a lot of folks know, he was a Little League baseball legend in these parts. I can remember this kid who was bigger than everybody else and was hitting the ball out of the ballpark and was throwing the ball past hitters. And so Holton has been on the radar here for a long time. And I mentioned this to his dad, Morgan, who we had on our UB Pirate preview show yesterday, and we air that show on Saturdays as well right before we came in here, that Holton Ahlers is one of the best young men that has ever come through this program. And I'm talking about all the athletes that I have covered in 35 years, football, baseball, basketball, some of the Olympic sports athletes that have had a chance to get to know. And as far as character, integrity, honesty, work ethic, I mean, you can just go right down the list. Holton Ahlers is right there at the top. And it's been difficult at times for him, as we both know, Clip. When you come in with such pressure on you as the local hometown hero, the expectations sometimes are a little bit out of whack, and he has handled the criticism extremely well. It's not always been a day at the beach for Holton Ahlers in his career at ECU, but he has handled the criticism just so much better than I think a lot of folks would, including yours truly. And he's done just a remarkable job with that. I've really seen him grow up. I can remember, Clip, sitting down with Holton for the very first time when he came on campus and interviewing him. And, it was kind of like talking to a high school kid, which he basically was entering ECU. And now you talk with him all of these years later, and you're talking to a grown man who does really good interviews. And I'm a big Holton Ahlers fan. I will certainly vouch for that, and I hope he goes out in a blaze of glory today.
No doubt. A big day, hopefully, on tap for the quarterback, and a big day for this team. And, Jeff, when you say some of those things you describe Holton as, I think about other seniors on this team, and a guy like Miles Berry comes to mind, who we get to talk to here on Mondays on the Players Lounge. He is one of the guys that's going to be playing for the final time at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium today. What a mature young man he is. Really great to talk to, and a good football player in his own right. But you've got him as well. A lot of guys playing their last game today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Miles is one of my favorites as well, Clip. He went through a tough situation last fall. You remember he lost his dad. And I know this is going to be an emotional time for him when he runs out onto the field for the final time here in Greenville. And we had a chance to sit down and talk about that. He said, I know my dad's always with me, but that was very difficult for a young guy, and his dad really was not that old either when he passed away last year. But Miles Berry is one of those kind of guys that he's going to be able to do about whatever he wants to do in life and be successful. Just so impressed with Miles as an individual, and I'm always joking with him. He's got the voice to get into this business if he wants to be a broadcaster. And I don't know if anybody had ever suggested that to him when I mentioned it to him earlier this fall, and he said, well, yeah, that's maybe something I'd like to look at. So I don't think he really knows exactly what he's going to do, but whatever he does, he'll be successful. And you mentioned Xavier Smith, another one of our favorites, and Xavier's been around here for a long time and just a really quality young guy. Xavier's another kid that's going to be very successful in life. And you got some other guys here as well that are seniors playing their last game here. Ryan Jones has been here for a couple of years. Ryan Jones came here from Oklahoma, has made a really nice contribution to ECU, and Isaiah Winstead's only been here 1 year, but my goodness, look what he has done since he has been here this year. 72 catches coming into this game, number one on the team, one of the leading receivers in the AAC will play his last game here today. So you're right, Clip. There are a lot of guys who are playing their last games today, and a lot of guys who have made just significant contributions to this program down through the years.
Jeff Charles joining us, and Jeff, one of the reasons East Carolina has had a successful season is the offensive line, and a couple of guys that will be playing for the final time at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium today. Noah Henderson, it looks like also Avery Jones is going to walk today on senior day as well. So a couple of guys up front there that have had Holton Ahlers front for the year and for previous years.
Yeah, exactly. I heard the same thing about Avery probably walking today, and going into that game last week, Clip, against Cincinnati, one of the big concerns in that game was two big nose tackles that Cincinnati alternates in games, and how well Avery was going to hold up against those guys, and he did a remarkable job against two outstanding nose tackles for UC last week, because they alternate those guys in and out of the lineup, so that's a tough nut. But Avery came through and did a great job, and Noah Henderson has battled injuries since he has been here, and knock on wood, he'll get through this season in one piece, because he's had that lower back injury since he's been a Pirate, and he's been in and out of the lineup, and he's had injuries. In fact, there was a time a year ago, as you well know, there was a lot of talk about Noah Henderson maybe would not play football again, but he's come back, and he's had a really good year at right tackle. So, yeah, those guys up front, we call them the Iron Five: Justin Redd, Nishad Strother, Avery Jones, Isaiah Foote, and Noah Henderson. They have been the guys, and Parker Moore has been getting in there and playing some this year. He's going to be a big part of the offensive line next year, the West Virginia transfer. And Ben Johnson, who came here from Marist, has also played some in the offensive line. But basically, as you well know, Clip, it's been those five, and Avery Jones and Noah Henderson have been the leaders up front.
Couple of notes on the Orthopedics East injury report, brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, or online at orthoeast.com. Of course, back-to-back games where Keaton Mitchell has had to leave the game due to a headshot. We saw it at BYU, saw it last week against Cincinnati. But Mike Houston said earlier this week that he has cleared the protocols. Looks like he's going to give it a go today, Jeff. And then C.J. Johnson's scary moment, and you were there at the end of that game where he gets kind of picked up, flipped, and landed awkwardly. Head neck injury, and it looked like it was very precautionary. He is taken to the hospital, but he's able to return home with the team, and looks like he'll be good to go as well. I know at some point this week they were both in the red non-contact jerseys, Jeff, but looks like luckily for those two young men, avoided serious injury there.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Clip, and it was a scary sight, especially the hit that Keaton Mitchell took. I said on the air at the time, I will stand by what I said. It was a dirty play, and I was really concerned for Keaton when he went down. I didn't know if he was going to get up. It was that type of a vicious hit. So luckily he got up, and you're right. Those guys have been a little careful with him this week, and with CJ, that CJ injury, the very last play of the game. And it didn't look in real time like, it could be a serious injury, but then when I've gone back and looked at it later, I can see they dropped him on his head and his neck. And so it was a little bit more of a hit than I thought in real time. But both of those guys have been out there. They practiced this week. I've talked to the coaches. I talked to Coach Houston, and yes, they are expected to play today, both of them.
Good news as East Carolina takes on the Houston Cougars, and this Houston team rolls in here, Jeff. And let me just start with Dana Holgorsen. Jeff, you like just about everybody in the business. You even tolerate me, which I appreciate. Dana Holgorsen, and I talked to some Houston folks this week, and I kind of said maybe he's one of those guys that if he's on your side, you really like him. If he's not, you're not a fan of him. But just his kind of brashness, his attitude, he's spoken out against East Carolina in the past when he was at West Virginia and said schools like Marshall and East Carolina take the food out of the mouths of players at West Virginia. So he speaks, I guess, his mind. He says some things, and he's also earlier this year was on the sidelines. The fans were booing, and he's like hollering at them. Just kind of out there as a head coach. But what's your take on Dana Holgorsen? What's the take, I guess, around the industry, Jeff, when it comes to Dana Holgorsen?
Well, I think he's a loose cannon. There's no question about that. He says whatever, and he shoots from the hip. And when you do that, some people are going to like you, and some people are not going to like you. I'll tell you what I've learned in my old age, though, Clip, is that there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat. And just because one guy coaches this way and another guy coaches that way doesn't necessarily mean that this guy's going to be successful and this guy's going to be a failure. Mm-hmm. And Dana Holgorsen is the guy who's come up from the Mike Leach tree. And before Mike Leach, there was a guy named Hal Mumme. And that's how these guys all got started, in a little school out in Iowa at Iowa Wesleyan. And that's where all of this stuff started, as far as this wide open type of offense. And Hal Mumme brought this offense to a small college, and Mike Leach was there with him. Dana Holgorsen played there. Dana Holgorsen then became a coach with those guys on that staff. So there is that tree. And most of them are kind of cut out of the same mold as far as their personalities are concerned. Don't have to talk about Mike Leach. Everybody knows what he's like and what he talks about and the type of attitude that he brings to college football. And Hal Mumme, as I remember, was not quite as outspoken as those guys, but he was always known as an outlier, kind of a guy that had this different offense, and they were always kind of different. I think they play off that a lot. Clip, a little showbiz in them, if you will. And I think they like the idea of opposing fans getting after them. I think that kind of feeds their ego and feeds what they do. But Holgorsen is he's one of those guys that, people either like him or they don't like him. They like him in Houston if he wins games, but he's like any other coach. If you lose games, they don't like you as much. And they had such great expectations coming into this year. Yeah. There were those who thought that they were going to win the AAC this year. They were picked first in a lot of the preseason polls, and it just has not quite worked out for them. And you look at Holgorsen's record, he's 25-19 at Houston, which is okay, but I think when they hired him, they were expecting probably more than that. So it's an interesting dynamic anytime you play against one of his teams. We remember when he coached at West Virginia, and when he left West Virginia, I think a lot of people were wondering, why do you leave West Virginia to go to Houston? And I don't know of all the details there, but, people in the industry will say there were some reasons for that, because at the time, Houston was not going into the Big 12. Right. And you kind of wonder why you go from a West Virginia to a Houston. But now, the way things have played out for him, all of a sudden now he's in the Big 12, and so that move looks like a good move. So it's interesting. We'll see how the Pirate fans react to him when he goes out on the field today.
Yeah, and I said it earlier in the week. Houston, East Carolina's kind of had a disappointing, I guess, or Houston's had the disappointing 6-win season. East Carolina's had a frustrating 6-win season because of those expectations that the Cougars had this year. 2 conference losses, though, Jeff, so they still go out on the field today and are fighting for a chance of that conference championship berth. Now, a lot of things have to happen, and they have to take care of their own business, but they do still have that kind of carrot at the end of the stick. East Carolina playing for win number 7, potentially 8 and 9 here this season. So, both teams a lot to play for today. And I guess credit to Houston. I don't know if I should give them credit, but I talked to some folks from that follow Houston football, and they said, look, the team hasn't quit. I know when you see scores of they give up 77 points and they give up in the 30s to Temple, it looks bad, but the guys are trying. They're playing hard. They haven't quit. They're just getting beat on the field and giving up a lot of points, Jeff, and that's one of the head scratchers too. We've seen some good Houston defenses over the years with some really good players, but man, this team's giving up a lot of points.
Yeah, they really are, Clip. They're giving up 36.2 points per game, and that's a lot. They have had some injuries to some of their players on defense, and in talking with Donnie Kirkpatrick, the offensive coordinator at ECU this week, he says as he's watched the tape of all of the games that just some crazy things have happened in their games, and they've given up big plays and, guys not in the right position or guys falling down on plays or running into each other, and it results in a big touchdown play. So they've had some of that has gone on. I'll tell you what, they've been pretty good, though, against the run this year, Clip. They're giving up right at 150 yards on the ground. Now, where they've been torched is in the passing game. They're giving up 292 yards per game through the air and 36 points per game, as I mentioned. So they have had some issues on defense. It is a little bit of a head-scratcher because when you look at their personnel on defense, they're good. They've got really good guys up front, and the Pirates going into this game, they're concerned about their edge rushers, who the East Carolina coaching staff knows was going to be a challenge going into this game. They've got a good linebacking core where the Pirates feel like they can take advantage, as with ECU's receivers against the secondary of Houston. So we'll see if that plays out. But they've got good players. They've got a really good linebacker. The middle linebacker is a first-team All-AAC performer. They've got a 4-star recruit rush end, Nelson Cesar up front, who's a really good player. So, and the nose tackle is very good as well. So they've got players, believe me. They're very capable of coming out and playing a really good game on defense, although they've been inconsistent this year.
How about on the offensive side, Jeff? Who are Toon's main weapons there that he's going to look to get involved today?
Nathaniel Dell is the man, and he's just a little guy. He's 5'10", 165. He has Keaton Mitchell kind of speed, and he has the speed that those Cincinnati guys we saw last week have. Trey Tucker and Tyler Scott, those guys can fly, Clip, as you probably saw. And they're both Ohio kids, by the way. And they are just incredibly fast. And this guy is just like them. Nathaniel Dell, watch him, number one, when he's out on the field today. He has 85 catches this season. He scored 13 touchdowns this year. And I was looking at his career numbers, and he's had 204 career catches in his years at Houston. He had 90 catches last year, 85 catches this year, and he's a junior college guy. He's from Independence Community College out in Kansas, but he grew up in Daytona Beach, Florida. A lot of speed, as we all know, down there. And he's the main weapon. But I'll tell you what, they've got other weapons that Clayton Toon will throw to. And look for number 13, Samuel Brown, who is a transfer, by the way, from West Virginia. And he has 38 catches on the year. He's a main weapon. Keyshawn Carter is another one who is another very good player, and another guy who is a transfer. He's from Texas Tech, and he has 31 catches this year. Another speed guy, 5'11", 180. And Matthew Golden is a really good true freshman. He is a city kid from Houston, 4-star recruit coming out of high school. He has 25 catches. It's pretty interesting, Clip. They've got a lot of transfers on this team, a lot of 4-year transfers in particular. Two of their main weapons on offense are former Texas Tech Red Raiders. Tajon Henry is one of their running backs. He's from Texas Tech. And as I mentioned, Keyshawn Carter is also a former Red Raider. So they do a lot as far as the transfer portal is concerned. I think that's kind of the way Dana Holgorsen works things, and they have a lot of guys on this team who are key players who have come via transfer.
Jeff Charles joining us here inside the Pirate Radio studios, Bud Light pregame tailgate. Jeff, can you believe it's been 10 years since you've called an ECU victory over Houston? Now, they obviously don't play every year, but there's been 3 meetings in between that. But you got to go back to 2012. Shane Carden at quarterback, big day, 4 touchdown passes, and a 48-28 victory here at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Since then, the Pirates have lost to the Cougars in 2017, 2018, and then, boy, a late-night frustrating one last year. And I want to ask you about that one, Jeff, but it's been a long drought for the Pirates here since they've knocked off this team.
Yeah, when I looked at that series, I thought the same thing, Clip. It's been 10 years, and Houston has won 3 games in a row in the series. I think it's like 5 of the last 7, something like that. So, yes, victories have been tough to come by playing the Cougars. And last year, of course, we had the long delay with the weather situation in Houston. Finally played the game, goes into overtime. Pirates lose that one 31-24. So it was a very long and frustrating night the way it ended. But what came out of that game, I think, Clip, is how well East Carolina's defense played against Houston and how well they played against Clayton Toon. And you got to hope the Pirates can play that way again today because, again, Blake Harrell dials up terrific game plans, and he had a great game plan last year against Clayton Toon. And Pirates did a wonderful job. They stopped the run, basically, and they made it very uncomfortable for Clayton Toon to throw the football. So they're looking to do the same thing again today, and got a lot of faith in what Coach Harrell can come up with, and I think the Pirates can come out and play well defensively. But what you have to guard against, just like it was last week, the big play. And as we go back to that Cincinnati game, it was 3 plays. It was the 100-yard kickoff return and then those 2 long pass plays to those really fast receivers that UC has. And that's kind of what the Pirates are going to get again here today. They've got to stay away from the big play and keep Nathaniel Dell and the rest of those receivers in check. Now, you're not going to totally stop these guys, but what you need to do, you need to slow them down and you need to get stops. And that's what the Pirates are looking to do defensively.
Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff, one more quick note on that game from last year. We talked to Miles Berry. He said during the delay, the players were in their uniforms. They took their shoulder pads off, but they were in their jerseys and pants the entire time. Xavier Smith said he found a clothes hamper to huddle up in and take a nap in during the delay. So, Jeff, what were you doing during that delay?
We were trying to kill time. I forget how long we were on the air. I'm trying to forget for sure. But we stayed with it throughout the entire pregame before we had the kickoff of the game. And, Clip, I think you may remember we talked about this last year. Back in the day, at radio stations, you had a live human being who was at the board, who would run the board, and you could throw it back, and there would be somebody there. Well, the way things are in broadcasting and radio today, everything's computer-based. So oftentimes when we are on the air with radio stations across the state or in Virginia or South Carolina, there's not a live human being in the radio station. So it's kind of hard to throw it back because everything's programmed on the computer. So that means for us, we've got time to fill, and my goodness, we had everybody but the kitchen sink on as a guest waiting to go on the air with the game. I
remember that.
Yeah, it was a long time. We even had to stoop so low to get Brian Bailey on with us for a while.
Wow. So that tells you how bad it got.
That's how bad it really was.
Jeff Charles joining us here inside the Pirate Radio studios. Hour 1 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Let's take a break. Come back. We'll have more on ECU Houston. We will look around at what's going on today in college football. Also, want to talk a little hoops with Jeff while I got him here. Some frantic games in Minges Coliseum to start this basketball season. Pirates heading away from home for the first time as they will take on Indiana State on Monday down in Florida. We will talk a little hoops, a lot more football when we return. Hour 1, Bud Light pregame tailgate. Going to enjoy some awesome food from Country Mart. Sausage dogs, cheese biscuits, fatback. Got it all here. So I'll do that during the break and be back with you after this.
Hey, Ellerby, have you tried our new menu at Clean Eats? I was planning on going there today. Tell me what's new. First of all, you're going to love our new melts. A melts is a quesadilla folded over like a sandwich full of things like beef and queso and chicken parm. Scott, tell me you got more. Man, I do. We have pretzel bites with queso, our fabulous meat and taters wrap, and we even have Clean Eats mac and cheese, complete with beef or chicken on top. It all sounds awesome. I'm going to head over there now. Fantastic. I hope to see everybody at Clean Eats, 805 Red Banks Road, Arlington Village.
BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in eastern North Carolina. With homes in Blackwood, Mills Creek, Dalton's Cove and Farmville, and Belmar and Ayden, they're constantly expanding. Now to Laurel Glen and Sarah's Way, plus the new duplex community at Abigail Trails. BMS Builders can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or ECU football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. Call 916-1578 for BMS Builders.
All anniversaries are special, but because it's Bostic Sugg Furniture's 85th anniversary extravaganza, we packed a lot into our big extravaganza with not one, not two, but 3 ways to save. Extra 10% off, plus $19.37 local delivery, plus 6 months special financing on all in-stock and custom orders. Change your mattress, change your life, and get 48 months special financing during the big 85th anniversary extravaganza on now at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
Revive Health and Wellness of Greenville is here to enhance your health, assist you with weight loss goals, improve your overall feeling of well-being, elevate your natural beauty, and to give you the confidence that you need and deserve. Locally owned and operated by Samantha Casper, Revive Health and Wellness has a new location and is ready to serve you. Visit them at 2459 Emerald Place in Greenville. Call today to set up an appointment at 350-1805 or go online at revivehealthwellness.org.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Are you looking for a home loan? Look no further than Amy Goss at Guild Mortgage. Since 1960, Guild Mortgage has partnered with industry professionals to close loans on time and help millions of Americans realize their dreams. Call Amy Goss at Guild Mortgage in Jacksonville, 910-389-4602. Amy Goss is licensed in Florida, Georgia, Maine, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Guild Mortgage Company, Equal Housing Opportunity, NMLS 3274. NMLSconsumeraccess.org /for licensing information. Please visit guildmortgage.com /licensing. Guild Mortgage is not affiliated with Pirate Radio.
Hi, this is Jeff Charles for my friends at Ed Watkins Marine. I've known Ed personally for years, covering his winning performances on the football field and on NASCAR's pit road. Now Ed is winning on the water, and you get to win too. You win with awesome prices on boats from Ed Watkins Marine, and of course, great service after the sale. If you're looking for a new boat, contact Ed Watkins Marine today. They will deliver anywhere. Find them online at edwatkinsmarine.com and tell them the voice sent you.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, there's one football game that's going to be kicking off in just about 20 minutes from now. It'll be Navy at UCF. And then coming up at noon, a couple of games of note. Michigan will host Illinois. Number 4 TCU is at Baylor. 8th-ranked Alabama will host Austin Peay. And Louisiana is at Florida State. College basketball top 25 last night. Duke beat Delaware 92-58. 16th ranked Virginia upset number 5 Baylor 86-79, and it was number 19 Illinois upsetting number 8 UCLA 79-70, and Colorado drubbed number 24 Texas A&M 103-75. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck, is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And right now during football season, you can join The Buck for Sunday Fun Day with football, food trucks, live music, giveaways, and the largest 4K TV in eastern North Carolina. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, Da Buck.
Da Buck.
Thank you, Chandler. Thank you, Shirley. Brighter days ahead for former ECU assistant Steve Rockefort. I'm a big Coach Rock fan. Got beat by 30 yesterday by Colorado. Tough times there. And it is, we are entering Feast Week. We're going to have college basketball on every day, all day. And Monday, the Pirates will be playing at 1:30 in the afternoon against Indiana State. And I want to talk some hoops before we get out of here, Jeff. I just saw during the break people filing into UBE, including former Pirate Dakota Marshall. with his family heading over to UBE. It is packed, so Don Edwards has a smile on his face, Jeff.
Don Edwards has had a smile on his face the entire fall because business has been jumping at UBE. He's having one of his best years ever, and we have a chance to see Don when we do our show, our UBE Pirate Preview Show on home games, and Don has been very happy this year, and the Pirate Nation has really been coming out in full force at UBE, and that's a really good thing to see. Clip, it kind of feels like the old days around here when there was such enthusiasm for Pirate football, and it's been good to see a lot of that come back this year.
No doubt. Jeff Charles joining us in the Pirate Radio studios, East Carolina and Houston, going at it 2 o'clock at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Looking at some other action today in college football, Jeff. Two kind of big ones when it comes to the college football playoff. And how about TCU, Sonny Dykes, and Garrett Riley, brother of Lincoln Riley there in Fort Worth, undefeated right now, 10-0. They go to Waco to face Baylor. And then speaking of Riley, Lincoln Riley and USC taking on UCLA. USC right now 9-1. They're 7th in the poll, but they have UCLA, they have Notre Dame, they have a Pac-12 championship. So if they can win out, they are going to certainly move up, and something happens ahead of them, could find themselves in a playoff. So I guess the microscope's on the Rileys today, Jeff, former Pirate assistants here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Lincoln, of course, doing such a great job at USC, and you're right, they have to have some things fall their way to get into the Final Four picture, if you will, but they're still alive with that. And then what a year that TCU has had. I have a good friend who's the voice of the Horned Frogs we've had on Pirate Radio on a number of occasions down through the years, Brian Estridge. Brian's done a great job at TCU for a long time, and he's really excited about the way that they are playing. They're having one of those miracle 1991 ECU Pirate type of seasons at TCU and undefeated. So, yeah, you're right, Clip. The Rileys are doing well, and you hear Garrett Riley's name pop up now when you hear some head coaching opportunities. He was very young when he was here. We talk about how young that Lincoln was when he was here. Well, Garrett's his younger brother, and he was a grad assistant here, but he's continued to move up through the ranks, and he's got a great future as well.
Jeff Charles joining us, Jeff. Next week, Michigan, Ohio State, they have been steamrolling everybody. Looking forward to their date. Next Saturday, it'll be in Columbus at noon on Fox, and they will face one another, Jeff, and we'll have to see what happens around them. But do you think there's a chance that we could have two Big Ten teams in the college football playoff? We've seen a couple of SEC teams there before. Could that happen to a Michigan-Ohio State?
Possible if the cards fall the right way. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, Clip. I hope that game next week, by the way, in Columbus is not played in 15-degree weather with snow sideways. I hope there's, a good weather day for late November in Columbus, Ohio to play that game in, because you look down through the history of Ohio State-Michigan games, a lot of them have been played in the snow. Hopefully that won't be the case. Of course, if you're playing there this week, there would be snow with all the snow in the Midwest and the Northeast. But I think it's going to be a marquee matchup, and I think each and every year it's a big game, I think, this year because, as you mentioned, the implications for both teams getting to the college football playoff, it's even a bigger game. It just seems like that game takes on more interest, and it's always had tremendous interest, but it just seems like now with all the media attention on the Ohio State-Michigan game, it looks like it gets bigger every year. And so it's going to be a huge game again. It should do great in the ratings. It's Ohio State and Michigan, and there are those who say it's one of the great rivalries in sports.
Talking to the voice, Jeff Charles. Speaking of weather, Jeff, I had read earlier this week that this is could be the coldest college game day ever, and I remember turning the TV on and asking you, well, where are these guys today? And you're familiar with the area, right?
A little bit. I know one thing. It's 2 degrees in Bozeman, Montana, and they're playing that football game today between Montana and Montana State. And a little side story here, Clip, back when there was a much younger Jeff Charles many, many years ago.
I think, maybe 24, 25 years old, which was a long time ago. I did apply to be the voice of the Montana State Bobcats. Did not get the job, but I was ready to pick up and move to Bozeman and head out there and see what life is like in Montana. And it's always been a place that I've kind of kept my eye on. And that game is a huge game. And like I say, today it's 2 degrees out there. And I bet you that there won't be a seat in the house because that's a huge Montana State rivalry. I think it goes back before 1900. So in that part of the country, it's a big, big game. And those people don't care if it's snowing sideways and it's 2 degrees, they're going to be in that stadium.
Great sign at game day. Said coldest game day ever, just a normal Saturday here in Bozeman. So.
Another day at the ranch in Bozeman, Montana.
Well, Jeff, that's like the Michael Jordan getting cut from the JV team story. That's your origin story. You didn't get the job, and look where you are today.
Oh, yeah. Well, right.
Put that one in the autobiography.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you're young, you apply for a lot of jobs trying to get into this business, and it's so difficult to get a job in this business as a play-by-play announcer. Back in the day, there was what was called Broadcasting Magazine. This is before your time in the industry. It came out every week. It was a magazine. And in the back of the magazine, they always had ads in there for jobs around the country. And especially the young guys couldn't wait to get their hands on Broadcasting Magazine every week to go to the back few pages and look at the jobs.
Yeah.
And I saw that Montana State job in Broadcasting Magazine back in the 70s at some point, and I was excited about applying for the job, so I got all my tapes and my resumes together and sent it out there and talked to those folks. But I don't even remember now who they hired. That was probably 3 or 4 play-by-play announcers ago at least. But it was fun to think about going out there and again, like I said, experiencing a different part of the country. My son goes out there quite often, and he really enjoys going to Montana. He's a real outdoors kind of guy. Hiker and fisherman and that kind of thing. So that fits into his wheelhouse because that's obviously the kind of place it is out there.
Boy, life without the internet, folks. A lot of people listening don't know what you're talking about, Jeff. I experienced that for a few years of my life, but have been in front of a computer ever since. But a lot easier to connect with schools, with people now. So, yeah, it was probably challenging back then, I would imagine, to get those jobs.
Yeah, oh, yeah, it really was.
Find those jobs.
It really was. You wouldn't know where they were oftentimes unless you saw them in a national publication like that. And even when you did see one, it was like you saw one every 6 months or a year or something because these jobs don't change all that much. So, yeah, there was a time, Clip, believe it or not, there was a time we didn't have computers. I know that's hard for you to understand.
It is really strange. Can't imagine it. Jeff Charles joining us today here inside the Pirate Radio studios, looking around the American game last night, Jeff. And did you watch any of this? I just followed along. I didn't watch any of it, but Tulsa beat South Florida 48-42. But the South Florida quarterback, Byron Brown, at one point I looked, he was 13 out of 13. Next time I looked, he was 20 out of 21. He finished the game 21 of 25, had 3 touchdowns, and USF comes up short. They lose 48-42. They are having, of course, a terrible year, fired their coach. They're 1-10, 0-7 in conference play. But maybe they got found something there with the quarterback. Seeing him, he's a freshman from North Carolina, Rollsville, North Carolina, Byron Brown. And maybe they found something there with him.
Maybe they did because USF struggles, I don't know why, so badly with quarterbacks. Every year it seems like, Clip, we're talking about a new quarterback at USF. And their program has really hit on hard times. Not only football, but basketball's hit on hard times, too.
0-4, right?
Yeah, they only won 8 games last year in basketball. I think they were 8-23. So they're struggling at USF. And, again, that kid looked good last night. I watched about a quarter of it to answer your question, so I did see some of it. And I don't know how many people were watching on TV, but it looked like about 100 people were watching the game in the Tulsa Stadium.
Yeah, not a lot of interest there in that one. Tulane rolled up 59 on SMU on Thursday night, beat the Ponies 59-24. Coming up today, actually about to kick it off, Jeff. There you go. There's that 11 a.m. Remember, that might have been an option for East Carolina to play at 11 a.m. today. That game goes to Navy at UCF. So they're about to kick it off here on ESPN2. We'll turn that one on in about 10 minutes. Also today, Memphis is playing a non-conference game against North Alabama, and then Cincinnati at Temple. The Owls, a little feisty, put up a lot of points against Houston last week, Jeff, as Kurt Warner's son playing quarterback for them now and trying to salvage something this season. They are 3-7, taking on the Bearcats today.
Temple is getting better. That's not going to be a layup game for the Pirates next week. I think they're more athletic than what they have been. Stan Drayton is doing a really nice job as the head coach. He's paid his dues. He's come up through the ranks, finally gets a chance to be a Division I head coach, and I think he's making the most of it. And so Temple is getting better. I've been impressed when I have seen them defensively, especially. They look like they're a lot more athletic with more speed out on the field. And they're breaking in the young quarterback. You mentioned Warner, and he seems like he's getting better every week. So you got to be ready when you go up there and play Temple next week. Pirates have to get this one today, and then you go up and hopefully finish it out on a positive note. But Temple is improved, and they are getting better from what we see week to week.
Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff, a few more minutes left to go. We'll circle back at your final thoughts on football in a moment. But real quick, Mike Schwartz's basketball team off to a 3-0 start. We've talked about it. People have seen it. They get these big deficits. They come back. They win. It's a lot of fun as a fan to watch in Minges Coliseum. Obviously, it's not sustainable. And once you go on the road, once you play better competition, you're not going to be able to mount those comebacks. But so far, it's been a lot of fun. And we've seen different stars on different nights. And it's been some Javon Small. It was Brandon Johnson game 1, R.J. Felton game 2, a little bit of Caleb LeCount, and then Quentin and David Kay with the big ones last game. So been different heroes every night. Been fun basketball. Mike Schwartz is about fed up with it. He was not happy, Jeff, as you know, after the game on Wednesday night, but they are off to a 3-0 start.
Yeah, when he came on the postgame show on the network after the game, I said, Coach, you're making a habit out of this. And he said, yes, it's a really bad habit.
Yeah.
So you're right, Clip. They've come back from 19, 17, and 16-point deficits to win games, which is, again, not going to be sustainable. As you mentioned, that's a recipe for disaster when you get behind like that. They can't do that against American Athletic Conference teams and expect to win games. But it's been fun to watch. There's a lot of new kids out there trying to find their way. Javon Small looks just like a totally different player.
Yep.
Javon, when he got in last year, and he hardly played at all last year, and when he did get in, thought he kind of had a little deer in the headlights look, didn't play with a whole lot of confidence, but my goodness, look at what he's doing so far this year. He's like at 19 points a game and playing great, and he can really shoot it. And he's been able to get his three-point game going this year. Brandon Johnson looks like he's bigger and stronger to me, and he's shooting the outside shot a lot better. His three-point game that he's really worked on. So that gives the Pirates a couple of really nice pieces. Just like everybody else, I'm learning about the new guys and how they fit in and the rotations and all of those kinds of things. So there's still a lot of questions to ask there. We'll find out a little bit more about this team when they go to Florida. They've got 3 games coming up in Estero, Florida, which is right outside of Fort Myers, on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And Monday, they will play Indiana State, and this is a really good Indiana State team. I listened to their game on Thursday night. They scored 101 points against North Dakota State. And Cliff, they've got an interesting mix of players. They've got a lot of Division II players on that Indiana State team, and their coach, Josh Schertz, was the head coach at Lincoln Memorial in Tennessee when they were a Division II powerhouse. He gets the job at Indiana State now in his second year, and he took some of those guys with him, and then he has gone out and he's gotten transfers from other Division II schools. And they're good players, and their best player is a transfer from DePaul, and he had 30 points on Thursday night. So they're not real big. They're kind of like this Hampton team that came in here this past week that only had one guy 6'7", and they had a lot of guys 6'5". And Indiana State's kind of that way. They've got a number of 6'4", 6'5" type players. They've got a young kid at 6'10" who's a true freshman that they're breaking in. But they're pretty much of a perimeter team. They shoot threes, and they really get the ball up and down the floor. They play at a very fast pace. So the Pirates will have to be ready. And then probably in this tournament, Clip, there are 8 teams in the tournament. The tournament favorite, I would think, would be Toledo. Toledo's a knocking on the door, top 25 team this year. They're picked to win the MAC. They've really got a lot of good players. They play Missouri, Kansas City right before ECU plays Indiana State on Monday, and they're favored to win that game and move on. And then there are 4 other teams there as well. So it's a really good 8-team tournament. You go down there, you play 3 consecutive days. You have a chance to be around your teammates in a situation on the road where things aren't like they are at home. And you've got like 5 days, really, to kind of bond together with all the new guys. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be fun, and the weather hopefully will be nice there, and hopefully there'll be some crowds. We've been there before. They call that building now the Hertz Arena. Back in the day, it was the Germain Arena. Now it is the Hertz Arena, and it's basically a hockey building. The Florida Everblades and the East Coast Hockey League play there, and it's usually set up for hockey. They'll probably have ice down, and the floor will probably be over the ice as I remember it last time. And so sometimes that's a little bit of a challenge when you play in those arenas.
Yeah, I hope we don't have the slipping and stuff like that. But good to hear the word arena, because Chandler asked earlier this week, are we playing in a ballroom again like we did years ago? That was a different tournament.
Yeah.
A different setup, right? Where they were actually playing in like the backup ballroom, I want to say, due to a storm down there.
Yeah, exactly. And no, this is a real arena. I think it seats about 8,000. And again, it was primarily built to house the hockey team there, the Florida Everblades, which I've seen a game there before, and it's a really nice hockey arena. But when you take these hockey arenas, you convert them to basketball, there are certain challenges, and especially when you don't play many basketball games, there always seems to be a clock issue or whatever.
Get ready for that.
Yeah, so you gotta go in there by the seat of your pants and hope everything works.
Good deal. Jeff, what's a key or two today for this football game? East Carolina and Houston, what are you looking at as you head into this one?
Well, get some stops. I don't think you're going to totally slow these guys down and stop them, but you got to find a way to do a good job and get some stops in this game.
If you're curious, Jeff, the over-under for this game, 67.5. So they're expecting some points today.
Yeah, I would think so, too. When I talked with the coaches this week, I said, you guys have to look at this. You got to score some points. And they were like, yeah, we think we will. And, you look at the figures and you look at the stats, and you would expect a game in the 30s. Who knows? Sometimes you can get fooled, but defensively, the Pirates have to get some stops. I feel really good, though, about the defensive game plan that Blake Harrell has against these guys. I think he'll do a really good job with that, and I think the Pirates are going to be able to score some points in this game, too. It will be great to see Holton Ahlers have a terrific game if he does that today. And East Carolina's got a lot of weapons, as we know, on offense. Got to utilize all of them. Got to get the running game going. Great that Keaton Mitchell's back. Got to get that short passing game going and then go deep and see if you can hit some big ones against these guys, which I think the Pirates can today. So you got to do all those things and keep Clayton Tune under control. You got to do a lot defensively, Clip, to mix up your coverages and mix up your blitzes and get pressure on this guy, because he can sit back there and pick you apart, and then he can also take off and run. So containing Clayton Tune, pretty much like they did last year, is going to be a key for this game.
Jeff, thanks so much for joining us. Really enjoyed your hour with us that you spend on home games in the Pirate Radio studios here. This is the last one of the year, but we'll talk to you via phone next week in Philadelphia, and then we'll figure out, Jeff, whether you're going to Florida or maybe Maryland or maybe even Massachusetts. We'll find out for the bowl game in December.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been busy. We will leave tomorrow at noon to head to Fort Myers. It's a charter flight down to Fort Myers. Then we'll be back on the charter late Wednesday night. Thursday, I'll be spending some time with the coaches on Thanksgiving Day to get ready for the game with Temple. We'll leave Friday at 1 or 2 o'clock to go to Temple. And then play the game, of course, on Saturday at 1 o'clock, which is good. Saturday, 1 o'clock game against Temple next week. So then I get back home Saturday night and can kind of catch my breath.
There you go. Jeff is booked up for the next week, folks. There's a lot going on in Pirate Athletics. All right. Thank you, Voice. Always enjoy it, man.
Thank you, Clip. Enjoy being with you again this year.
Let's take a timeout. Hour 2, Bud Light pregame tailgate on the way. We'll have our first tailgate check-in when we talk to Troy D out of the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. That's on the way. When we return, got that and more. Back with you after this.
Hello, Pirate Nation, this is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients.
Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road in Winterville and a new location coming soon to Uptown Greenville.
We're here at Naughty Light with Gina in downtown Washington. It's the holiday season, and boy, you've got something for everybody, Gina.
Yes, for kids, we have toys. For the guys, we have some Duke Cannon soap. We have Yeti. We have T-shirts. And for the ladies, we have dog bags, Scout, and some watches. Come see us in downtown Washington.
The selection is great, and the service is even better. Of course, free wrapping with every purchase, right?
Free gift wrapping, and we have jewelry. Come see us.
At Naughty Life in downtown Washington.
Hey, Pirate Nation, this is Brian Buck with Buck Insurance Agency. This season, when you attend your favorite sporting event, take the game day pledge. If your team is playing, win or lose, support your team to the end of the game. When you leave early, you risk missing your favorite athlete making the play of their career. When our family buys a ticket, we always plan to stay to the very end. Take the game day pledge this season with Buck Insurance Agency. Play to the end, stay to the end.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates!
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Wings Over delivers. Wings Over delivers. Wings Over delivers. If you're looking for wings to be delivered to your home, Wings Over Greenville has you covered with no third party needed. Wings Over Greenville has its own in-house delivery service. Be sure to try the all-new tender sandwiches by ordering ahead on the Wings Over mobile app. Open till 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, Wings Over has everything to cure those late-night munchies. Give them a call at 758-9464. Wings Over Greenville. They deliver.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Hey, you can watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live on Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. And while you're at it, hit the like button as well. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Back with you, hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Coming up this hour, we'll hear from Stephen Igo. He's going to join us here in the Pirate Radio studios in about 10 minutes. We'll check in with Patrick Mason later this hour from the Daily Reflector, get his thoughts on the matchup. We'll also be enjoying some more Country Mart breakfast. Hooked us up with some cheese biscuits, sausage dogs, awesome stuff. Country Mart, great food, along with the gas and other great items they have there at the store. Let's head out right now, get our first look at the tailgate zone. A chilly but beautiful day in eastern North Carolina. Great day for a tailgate. Troy D hanging out on the Pit Electric Live line. Troy, what's up?
Clip, not a cloud in the sky today. The absolute clearest day I think we've had for tailgating all season. Definitely the chilliest so far. 51 degrees currently in the greater Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium area. Going to get up to about 57 today. It is definitely hoodie and jacket weather, and we'll cool down as the day goes on. But kind of a slow and steady start to the tailgate. People kind of easing in here, still plenty of room, still plenty of time, but not the massive crush of people that we've seen early on to start the tailgates earlier this season. But it's a good start. We're ready to roll. We're all set up here at our Pirate Radio tailgate zone at Elmhurst, and we're going to be chomping down on some Jimmy John's in a little bit. Of course, thanks to Carolina Eagle for their great support, and Minji's Bottling Group for the beverages. Our buddy Sparky is here. It's never too cold for kids, though. I've seen some kids in T-shirt and shorts. So that is snowball weather. Sparky Snowball is still in effect for our friends at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone, compliments of Pirate Radio and Sparky Snowball. So we still have that today, too. So kind of sad, you know, the last home tailgate of the year. It does feel like the NC State game, the first tailgate of the season, seems like about a year ago. This season has been a wild one. But, man, what a great year it's been. What a great tailgating year it's been. It's been a lot of fun out here, and we're going to have a great way to cap out the season today. Beautiful weather. Hope people can come join us. And as I said, still plenty of great parking available, still plenty of time to enjoy your tailgate before the 2 o'clock kickoff today, which I do like. I think it'll be a good time for kickoff to be able to get this game played in the daylight.
All right, well, hopefully things pick up there, Troy D. You sound kind of, I don't know, like you're looking for something to happen.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's a little slow. You know, I mean, we got some buddies out here. And I got some friends in from out of town. And
you sound kind of sad.
Lewis, it's you know me, man. I get sad this time.
I mean, there's no Kenny Curlings there today. He's got the flu.
Oh, man.
Oh, I know. And I do want to give a shout-out to Kenny Curlings. One of our Pirate brothers is missing today. He is out with the flu. I don't think Kenny's ever missed, like, a home football game.
He said it was his first one in 22 years.
Wow.
Yeah, so I know he is really sick. He's one of our partners here, and tailgate's next to us, and we're thinking about him today. He's probably listening, so we hope Kenny gets well. And his crew didn't know what to do without him. I mean, I don't know if they could even pop up a tent or open up a beer without Kenny being there. So, you know, he is definitely the leader of their tailgate, which is, you know, right next to ours at Pirate Radio. So we're definitely missing Kenny today, and I think things will pick up here in a little bit. There's some folks out here now. We're kind of easing into it, as I said, but not the most raucous environment we've had so far this year to start.
All right, the Kenny Curlings flu game. They're playing it for Kenny today, or at least tailgating for Kenny. All right, Troy D. will check in with you next hour. Thanks for your report.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, there is Troy D. out of the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. Gets very sentimental here. Last tailgate of the year.
I mean, he sounded lost that one time where he was trying to figure out the time of the game and who we were playing.
I think he's just, you know, he's got a lot emotionally going on right now with this final game of the year at home at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium.
I remember, like, as a kid coming to games, you know, my parents had season tickets, and I remember, like, coming up here for the last home game. It was always a depressing time knowing that, you know, your home, the football season's one is drawn to a near, or is drawn
all right,
close.
let's get it together.
Sorry. It's drawing close, but and it's the last home game. It's so sad. So I can see why Troy is upset.
Are you sad too? Is that why you're struggling?
I'm a little sad because I do enjoy these pregame tailgate shows.
You know, there is a universe where we could be done with the show right now.
There is.
Because that 11 a.m. kickoff,
We would have been kicked off.
Very strange, and had a lot of people questioning, when did they start doing 11 a.m. kickoffs, and what's going on here? Well, they're playing down in Orlando. I think Shirley's got that game on. I've still got game day on. Do we have a score yet, Shirley? No score between the midshipmen and the Knights. So,
and game day is in Montana.
Yeah.
And The Voice, Jeff Charles, he called me in there a while ago. Their fans are going to the game via skis. They're skiing down a mountain.
Wow.
Going to a game. So a pretty cool scene there in Montana.
A different world out there. But they're fired up for their football. Jeff Charles said there would be no empty seat in the house. And then I asked him about UCLA, USC, and just kind of a whole different feel for two top 15 teams playing a huge game tonight. Yeah. And there might not be anybody there. Like, I'm wondering what it's going to look like when they open that one up tonight. And we see the crowd there in Los Angeles. And you look around the SEC country, stadiums are full, but it kind of shows you that different people in different parts of the country have different care levels when it comes to their football.
Yeah, well, here in Pirate Nation, we do have a strong fan base that loves to show up. Hopefully they show up today in Dowdy Ficklen Stadium in honor of these seniors who really have turned this program around. So get out there, 2 o'clock, ECU versus Houston. We'll have everything you need to know on the Bud Light pregame tailgate up to kickoff.
Justin Baer from ECU Marketing said, be in your seats by 1:30. That means leave your tailgate, depending on where you are, by 1:15, 1:10, something like that, to make sure you're there to see the pregame festivities and the seniors being honored on the field today. Stephen Igo going to join us here in just a few minutes. We'll talk to Patrick Mason later on this hour on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Want to look at some of the numbers on the UBE stat sheet as East Carolina comes into this game with 6 wins on the year. So they got that 6th one against BYU. We're really hoping for number 7 last week against Cincinnati. That'll have to wait, hopefully, until today. These Pirates are averaging 31.8, just about 32 points per contest, allowing 23 points a game. The Pirates rushing for 170 yards a game, giving up 120 on the ground per game. That's it's a pretty good number in college football. 295 through the air, 262 they are allowing. East Carolina is putting up 465 yards a game and giving up 382 yards per contest. We like to look at the quarters, Chandler, and the Pirates dominating the third quarter. They have outscored opponents 75-45. They also have a 20-point plus margin in the fourth quarter, 67-47 over opponents. So the Pirates have been winning second halves this year. That has been a theme for this team.
You talk about football or basketball? Because that's a basketball thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe more dramatic in basketball than football even.
Yeah, but Pirates are playing their best ball in the second half and down the stretch where it matters. You want Pirates to get off to a good start today and continue that and be consistent throughout the game. Get to Clayton Tune early and cause him to throw some errant throws and get some interceptions and get this offense the ball, because I do believe that this offense can put up a lot of points against the Houston defense that has struggled all year long.
Great natural sound effects of the door opening. I would say we needed some grease on it, but I kind of like the door creaking open. Very Halloweenish as Stephen Igo joins us.
What's up, Igo?
Did the voice leave his glasses?
I left my glasses.
Oh, no.
It's not good.
I know. Is that a bad omen?
The voice is ruled out for the day's game.
Or what if I put on those glasses?
What glasses are they?
And I turn into Jeff Charles. It's
those are just his reading glasses.
Jim Carrey.
It's like the mask, yeah. I'll put them on and I'll...
Smoking.
Actually, you're fine, because those glasses, he has about 15 pairs of those in his bag.
Well, I might just take these and put them on eBay and have Jeff Charles's
and now we
glasses.
have Billy.
What is happening?
Sad. Come on, people, get it up. Let's go. Let's go.
What is going
Troy
on?
out there acting like somebody's dead. It's football, baby. Let's go.
All right, Billy Weaver has joined us and is giving us a pep talk here on the
football game of the year, baby. Let's do this.
All right.
All right.
I like the attitude.
know you ready.
Let's do it, man.
Yes.
Hey, let's go.
Let's bring the energy.
Out there.
So
Let's go.
What do we do?
We're doing it right now.
Just do what we're doing.
Just be excited.
Do what you're doing, man. Let's
But
go.
do it at a higher level?
I was listening coming in. I thought, Troy, somebody died in his family. Somebody kicked his dog.
He's sad.
What's going
Sounded
on?
like he was at a funeral.
Goodness. Come on now.
All right, Billy
Then
Weaver.
it bled over to Chandler. He wanted to cry over there.
Yeah,
man, I
I'm
got
sorry.
my purple lights on my Jeep going on just for you, Chandler.
I'm about to
Let's
go check it out and get me fired up.
Weave, how you doing?
Doing good.
All right.
Weave,
Good to
thanks
hear.
for that pep talk.
Ready to
Coming in
go,
like a-
man.
Much needed.
Bad out of hell. Igo, you got that energy level?
I don't know if I have it quite there, but I definitely am pepping it up another step.
Yeah.
Due to Weave's his appearance.
Dawson Jackson's ready to go on YouTube. He says, "Let's go, another Pirate Game Day. Got the boys, Clipper, Goat, Jeff Charles, Chan Man, Honey Bun, Sports Guy."
All right.
Thank you, Dawson.
How many nicknames does Chandler have?
He's the man of many nicknames.
My favorite is the specialist.
He's got the specialist.
Isn't the man
that
of
is a
Chan?
badass
Have you
name.
called him that before?
The man of Chan.
Oh, my favorite's white chocolate.
White chocolate, honey bun. He's got them all. So that's the kind of guy
A
he is.
man with many names and many hats here at Pirate Radio.
That's right.
By the way, speaking of which, I like the lid there.
Oh, thanks.
Clip. And the hoodie. Looking good, man.
Thank you.
Looking good.
Thank you. You should see my underwear.
I don't want to see your underwear.
I told him he looked good
I
yesterday.
heard your nickname. One of your nicknames is Skid Mark, so I don't want to see your underwear.
This has turned into the press box. Which, by the way, we got to get you, Meador, Bailey, and Troy together.
Do I still get a ticket to a press pass for the press box since I'm not really a member of the press anymore?
We'll talk to the proper authorities about that one.
Gotcha.
All right, let's take a break. Well, how long are you hanging out?
I'm getting out of here now. I'm going to tailgate, man.
Oh, you were just hyping us
He
up.
just came to bring the energy.
Came to bring the energy.
Well, I plan on calling you later. Can I call you later?
You can still do that.
What we need to do, you got to get out to the tailgate. They're the ones that
That's where I'm going now.
Yeah, good.
I was on the way out there.
All
I
right.
literally made a turn into Pirate Radio to get you guys hyped up.
Thank you, Billy.
Well, go
I was
out
going
there.
down 10th Street, and I was like, you know what? Gotta stop by there. Those guys need some energy.
The one-man energy bus, Billy Weaver.
Go out there and do exactly what you did with us.
I
And
am.
It should work.
I am.
Because it worked here.
Go hype up Troy.
All right, well, we'll call you later, and we'll see you later on the fifth quarter.
Yes, sir.
Fair? All right, good deal. Igo, you just sit there. We'll be back.
Let's do it.
All right, we'll take a timeout, come back.
I'm here for the food.
More to go.
Hey, what? There's food?
Country Mart, sausage dogs, cheese biscuits
There
in the
was
back.
food. I don't know how much is left.
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll
All
see.
right. Fat back.
Oh, there's none of that left.
All right, Shirley took care of all that. So, yeah, go check it out in the back. Thanks to Country Mart that got us pepped up bright and early this morning with some awesome pregame food. More to go. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We're back with you after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
Temperatures are in the low 30s at 10 a.m., increasing sharply to 75 degrees by 1 p.m., and then dropping into the teens by 10 p.m. So before you go to work, put on some gloves, pack some shorts, and a parka. That should cover you for the day.
Your heating and cooling take a beating. Guarantee your system is ready when you need it. Call Delcor. Buy a new train system and make no payments until 2023. It's hard to stop a train. With inflation and high gas prices, you don't need another payment. So buy this month and make no payments until 2023. Delcor, the service professionals.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kid store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Jeff Stein from Brown & Wood, our special guest today. Jeff, the holiday travel season is here. Folks are going to be traveling. How can you help them out in the service department?
With the winter months coming, customers are putting on new tires, getting alignments, making sure we check their brakes. We also have an increase in parts inventory, so that's speeding up the process for the customer. And don't forget, we have free pickup and drop-off. To make an appointment, you can visit our website at brownandwood.net or give us a call at 252-355-6080. Brown & Wood, 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 rooftops, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Do you have an old injury or some pain that's been holding you back all year? It's time for you to get better. With Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we can help you get your life back. Whether you need to get back to a sport, back in the gym, or just back to enjoying life, our team of specialists use a one-on-one, hands-on approach in our state-of-the-art facility to get you back moving again. Don't settle for where you are. Don't stay in pain. Visit kptonline.com today to see how Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness can help you live well, move more, and hurt less.
This is Jeremy Lewis, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Navy has an early 7-0 lead and has forced UCF on a 4th and 1 to punt with 5:42 left to go in the first quarter, and games that'll be kicking off in about 40 minutes from now. Illinois will travel to Michigan. Baylor will host TCU. Virginia Tech is at Liberty. Vanderbilt will host Florida. UMass is at Texas A&M. Mississippi State will host East Tennessee State. Louisiana is at Florida State. Northwestern is at Purdue. Wisconsin is at Nebraska. Michigan State will host Indiana, and Duke will travel to Pittsburgh for a noon kickoff. That is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. You can follow the Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, back with you here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Thank you, Shirley Rhodes, for that, as we have one game kicked off right now, and we have a score with Navy on top of UCF. We'll also be watching the noon kickoffs coming up in just a little bit. Just had a treat drop-off by Steve Hill. Chandler, you greeted him. What desserts do we have today?
Like he said, he stepped up his game. I think it said Gwendy's Goodies, which is in Aden.
Oh, Gwendy's.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. But there's, I guess they're brownies, but they are like huge brownies.
Okay.
But there's a lot in there, enough to go around.
All right.
To the Bud Light pregame.
Enough for Igo?
Yes.
All right. Even Steven can have. Even Steven can have one. Igo has been working on. Well, he completed a sausage dog. It looks like.
Next up is a cheese biscuit, I believe.
Yeah, awesome food from Country Mart, as they hooked us up with a fantastic pregame spread. So we are fat and happy here inside the Pirate Radio studios as we get you ready for East Carolina and Houston. All right, Igo, Let's talk edge. ECU, Houston. Where does East Carolina have the edge offensively? Hopefully across the board with the way the scores have looked on Houston's side.
Pretty much across the board, although there is one primary concern, and that is Houston's defensive front. This is the second straight week ECU has faced a defensive front that is among the best in college football, and that's even without Houston's basically best player in Derek Parrish, who was lost for the season after 4 games. But if you look at their numbers, according to Pro Football Focus, they have the number 1 pass rush in the country as far as getting pressure on the quarterback because they're dominant off the edge. But teams have basically been able to neutralize that by throwing quick passes, and they just don't have the secondary right now to really A, tackle, or B, do man coverage and stop it. So teams are still moving the ball, but it is a case where you're going to have to not let them take over the game up front. D'Anthony Jones, number 44, he's 6'2", 270, but they basically line him up as like an outside linebacker, like he's standing up. And, I mean, he's just he's a definite NFL player, big-time edge rusher. And they got a guy, Nelson Caesar, on the other side who can also get after the passer. So the tackles are going to have to bring their game today. You're probably going to have to keep the backs in to help, the tight ends in to help, but they are very depleted in the secondary, and the guys who are playing are pretty banged up. So you like the matchups out wide. I think you should be able to run the ball for a decent amount. You know, they do have pretty good talent up front, but their linebacker play has struggled at times, and their secondary has struggled. So lots of holes there for sure when ECU is on offense.
So quick passing game. East Carolina does throw quick on slants and things like that. We don't see a lot of screens from East Carolina.
Yeah.
And you said you could hit them in the running game, but like maybe an increased number of screens today. Like what kind of pass plays do you think East Carolina needs to show today against this defense?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. A lot of it comes down to how does Houston approach the game. You know, if they're playing a lot of man coverage, it can sometimes take away the screen in certain scenarios, whereas if you can get it blocked up well in zone coverage, or if they're running man, you can take out the guy guarding, let's say Keaton Mitchell out of the backfield, you can pop it for a big play. So they'll kind of have to come out and maybe fill out Houston early on. I would think you would come out attacking them with some of those shorter passes. Now, if they're getting up and they're pressing you and they're going man coverage, which I don't think they'll do, but if they do, then all of a sudden you should be able to have those matchups with C.J. Johnson and Isaiah Winstead over the top. And even though those aren't technically quick developing routes, usually it's a one read and go. I mean, if you have Isaiah Winstead on the outside, he beats his man off the line, you can make a pretty easy throw there quickly down the field. So that's something Holton has done a really good job of all year, is getting rid of the ball quick. They have not given up a lot of sacks. But again, if you look at some of the numbers, they do give up a lot of pressures, ECU that is, but Holton does a good job of either A, avoiding it or getting rid of the ball. So that is a positive. And again, I think you'll see some slants. You'll see some underneath stuff. Maybe you see some, quick jet sweeps or something to try to slow down those edge rushers. Every time you run Josiah Hatfield or whoever in motion, that makes the edge rushers have to freeze a little bit, even if the ball isn't handed off, because their job is to contain the outside guy more times than not coming in motion.
Stephen Igo, hoist the colors. That's the offensive side of the ball. How about defensively against the team that puts up a lot of points? Does East Carolina have an edge, in your opinion, at all defensively today?
I think stopping the run, I gave ECU the edge. Houston's been solid running the football this year, but they haven't been great. I think they're averaging around 4.1 yards per carry, 150 yards rushing per game. And those are solid numbers, but they're not great. ECU has been excellent stopping the run. I mean, outside of BYU, every traditional running game they've basically shut down. USF had over 200 yards rushing. A lot of that was the quarterback scramble game, and they gave up 191 to Navy. We all know what Navy is. So I don't think Houston can replicate what BYU did. Cincinnati tried to do some of the same things BYU did. And if you go back and watch it, BYU would get in the pistol and run the stretch out of the pistol. Cincinnati would come out in the shotgun. They would motion the back behind the quarterback and try to run the same thing out of the stretch, or the stretch out of the pistol, and ECU was ready for it. So that was a nice adjustment week over week. Houston, you're going to see more shotgun. You might see some pistol, but the running game is solid, but it's more the concern is definitely the passing game. They're just so good in the passing game, and there is such a significant edge there. It may not matter what they do running the football.
I mean, on paper, it looks like a big play fest.
It definitely does
on both sides.
And the interesting thing is one of the reasons ECU was gashed so much in the BYU game on the ground is because they played a ton of soft coverage and basically gave up the run and forced Jaron Hall to take the underneath stuff. And do they try to do that with Clayton Tune? Maybe so. Tulane did that earlier this season, and it really took Houston 3-4 quarters to kind of figure out a philosophy of how to move the football against them. So, but at the end of the day, it's going to be tough to full Tune and full Dana Holgorsen. I mean, they've been doing this so long together. They're going to have an answer more times than not. Like Jeff Charles was saying earlier, you do have to like the fact that Blake Harrell seems to always have something dialed up for each specific opponent. And, really for me, I would rather see ECU for the most part certainly try to bring pressure every now and then, but also try and make Houston go down the field, not give up the explosive plays they gave up to Cincinnati, and some of that is dictated by what you're playing. Blake Harrell said they were in a run call on the slant, and then also did not expect a screen on 3rd and 5. So sometimes you get fooled, but if you play softer coverage and you play less blitzing, then you're going to give up more underneath stuff than the big play. So they just kind of have to figure out how they want to play it. Do they want to play it exclusively that? Do they want to mix it up? We'll find out when they kick it off.
Stephen Igo, hoist the colors. The Pirates didn't have to worry too much about a mobile running quarterback last week, but they were hurt with the big plays in the passing game. How about Tune? Great arm. What does he do as far as running the ball?
He's actually running a lot more this year than he has before, and I watched some of the highlights from the Temple game. He was moving a lot better than I've seen him move in the past. So he's a legitimate threat in the running game. He's not a guy who's going to take it 60, 70 yards to the house, but if you don't account for him, he will hurt you. I mean, in terms of yards gained, not counting sacks, he was leading the team in rushing going into the Temple game. One of their young backs, Snead, had a big game and surpassed him, but still very much a major part of their run game. Will keep it on the draw, quarterback read, on the zone read, and so that's another element. I mean, they've got weapons at receiver, tight end, running back, quarterback. Offensive lines play better. They're very similar to ECU in that you really can't, just focus on one guy. Yeah, they have the Tank. They have Tank Dell, who's just a monster offensively. But what they do is they move him to slot, and they move him to outside. They move him to both sides of the field. So it's hard to game plan just for him. And even if you do kind of shadow him, then you got other guys who can beat you.
All right, Igo, the special teams has been a nightmare kicking game all year long. One thing we hadn't really seen is teams getting big kick returns on the Pirates, but we saw it last week. It was a backbreaker in the Cincinnati game. Kind of looked like the return man kind of ran into the scrum and didn't get tackled and then just busted out. So that kind of a freak deal. I mean, have you been noticing any weaknesses there in the kicking game for East Carolina? Or in the kickoff game?
I think it's more it was kind of a freak deal. Like, I mean, you had 4 guys around the ball. You just got to make the play. I mean, to me, if you're giving up a wide open seam, easy, untouched touchdown, then that's a little bit different to me, like they have in past years. So I look at it as more of a freak deal, but certainly maybe it's a situation where you evaluate your personnel and say, hey, if we're going to have this guy in the game, we got to make sure he's going to make the tackle there. You want sure tacklers on special teams or guys that cover a lot of ground. So it's interesting, but it's just another, no matter which way you slice it, it's another notch in the belt of special teams costing ECU this year. I mean, 3 games.
Yeah.
I mean, you should be 9-1 if you had a above average special teams unit, kicking, coverage, all that stuff thrown together, and it just has not happened.
Will we see Mason Garcia today?
I think we'll see him in some way. I don't think it's going to be like a scripted series or anything like that, like a lot of people have speculated, like Logan did with Richard Austin.
You think maybe a formation?
I think like red zone, kind of like the same thing we've seen in the past. Mason Garcia package in the red zone, if anything. Like, to me, I don't know. Like, is it kind of a disservice if you're taking Holton out on senior day and inserting Mason Garcia for a series?
No.
So
that's fine.
You don't think that's a...
We have football to play after Holton Ahlers.
I mean, yeah, but it's senior day. You're going to take your senior quarterback out and say, hey...
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's how you approach it. I wouldn't approach it that way.
He's going to start. He's going to throw the ball 45 times. We're talking about for 3 plays.
In a game that could be 42-38, you just want to...
Yes!
Okay.
I do.
That's fine.
Sorry, Mully.
So what happens? All right, let's say ECU does that. They end up... Mason Garcia goes 3 and out, and they lose the game by 3.
Then we go to the Boca Raton Bowl.
And people aren't going to call and complain?
Of course, but that's fine. I don't know. I think people want to see what...
I mean, I want to see what Mason Garcia can do
in the game.
I do too, but, you also want to win the game.
Of course. I don't think it's an automatic loss if you put him in. And if you do, we need to figure out what we got with him.
I mean...
Your thoughts, 317-1250.
I can see it either way.
We're doing some real talk radio here. Why are you so backed off away from the microphone?
He's trying to process what we're saying.
Chandler, where do you stand?
There's fair points on both sides.
Who do you stand with?
I love this. This is a really
Hashtag I stand with Clip. Hashtag I stand with Igo.
I stand with Igo.
What?
Let's go.
You play to win the game.
Of course you do. I'm not saying
no. I like how
this
is turned into like a first take type of deal. No, I'm liking this.
However,
please, y'all continue. This is awesome.
I don't.
If it's me, I try to do that at Temple in a much more winnable game on paper. I don't think this is a game you want to get but so cute in.
I'm trying to get real cute. No, I want to see him play. I want to see him in real action, and I'm not saying throw the freaking game. How about he goes out there and leads a drive for us and helps win the game? He's been here for 4 years or whatever.
3 years.
He's been here forever. He can lead a drive at this point. Give him the keys. Maybe not the full set, but go to Lowe's, get a copy of a key, and give him that.
But it's Holton's senior day.
Shut.
We've already had the conversation with Shane about when Benkert was inserted in the Birmingham Bowl. Cute quarterback of the future. Stoned at the line of scrimmage. Fumble. Cost ECU the game. Shane doesn't even want to talk about it anymore. Do we want to have Holton Ahlers on 5 years from now and be talking about senior day and can't even bring it up?
Now, for him personally, of course. I think Amanda might be confused. She says, I'm 100% on Tweeting Clip's side. You play the best player.
So are you saying Mason Garcia is the best player?
No, I'm definitely not saying that. I think she's confused.
Oh.
Or maybe she is. Maybe she's
saying that Mason's the best player.
Better than Holton Ahlers. I don't know. What do you think, folks?
I think we'll see him in certain spots.
Tyler says Mom and Dad are fighting, and Chandler, the kid, is caught in the middle. Well, clearly not. He is taking... Does I go Mom or Dad? Mom. He's taking Mom's side.
I just think, to me, look, I can see it both ways.
Brandon stands with Clip. If he doesn't play today, he definitely should play against Temple. No reason for Holton to play the whole game against them. Which, again, we don't know what's the score going to be and things like that. Like, both of these games could be competitive.
Yeah.
So,
but I just think if you win this game, you pocket 7 wins, you win senior day, then you go to Temple, and it's kind of like, yeah, they're playing to win the game, but what's the difference between 7 and 8?
What's the difference between 6 and 7, Steven?
Senior day.
You love a
home
senior
game.
Day. All right. Fair enough.
I don't know. I definitely want to see him. And look, I want to see him lead a drive as much as anybody. But
it doesn't sound like you do.
Because I don't want to see ECU lose the game because Mason goes in and does something stupid.
I guess anti-Mason Garcia. That is terrible.
I'm a big Mason Garcia fan. I'm a big Holton Ahlers fan. I want to see ECU win the football game.
I do, too. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. You put them in a one-possession game one way or the other. I don't know. All right. Well,
I want East Carolina just get up 3 or 4 touchdowns in the third or fourth.
That works for me, too.
And put them in.
And by the way, we also heard, not to say that Donnie is a liar or anything, but he did say Brock Spalding would probably play earlier this year, a true freshman receiver, and he has not played since during a press conference. And now he has been dealing with an injury, but I'm just saying just because Donnie said it doesn't mean it's going to happen. But based on what I've seen in practice this week, I think you'll see him in some regard.
Are you still following the participation and how many players are playing in what games?
Yeah, I haven't updated it weekly, but I can basically give you a roundabout answer.
Well, you don't need to do it. Okay, I'll take a roundabout answer.
Okay.
So what guys that we haven't seen a lot of do you think we'll see these last 3 games? Anybody come to mind? Like Brock Spalding?
Yeah, if Spalding can get healthy, I think he's a candidate. Jacob Saker, offensive lineman.
Who's the guy they keep bringing up? Danka?
Sam Danka. He's already played in 4.
Oh, okay.
So it sounds like, which I could also go either way on this too, it sounds like they're not going to redshirt him and they're just going to play him.
Now that I don't like.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it either. But he's been playing on all the special teams. He actually got on defense last week. But to me, I would like to see him redshirt and develop. So it'll be interesting because if he plays in one more game, he will not be able to redshirt.
Okay.
Although he is a guy, if he develops like I think he will, he's going to be a pro in about 3 years. So it may not matter.
Okay. John says we are going to win big today. Mason will get in during the 4th. Well, everybody's happy in that scenario.
That also works, and I hope they do it. If it's like the Campbell game, if ECU ever gets in the situation again and let him go in and run the offense. That was refreshing to see during the Campbell game. I actually like how they've handled this situation. They've saved his red shirt. The one game they got him in, he actually passed the football. He wasn't out there just handing it off. And so I think they've handled it the right way. And, look, they get paid over $2 million in Mike Houston's case, near $500,000 in the coordinator's case to make these calls. So it'll be interesting to see how they choose to handle it today. Look, we're just peons in the grand scheme of things.
Just a couple of peons. Larry says Richard Austin never costs us a game. If Garcia plays, it wouldn't be on the last drive of the game. Give him a series in the first
Richard
half.
Austin, let
him finish.
How did Richard Austin's ECU starting quarterback career go? How pointless was that?
Larry, let me apologize for Igo interrupting you.
Didn't he get kicked off the team?
I don't know. But if Mason Garcia plays today, are you saying he's going to get kicked off the team?
But I'm saying everybody brings up that point. Richard Austin was never the long-time ECU starting quarterback, so what good did it do?
Okay, let's nix that part of Larry's statement because I do like this one. Give him a series in the first half. If that cost us the game, we were going to lose anyway. Get him in early.
I mean, I would say if you are going to get him in early, go like 3rd, 4th drive.
I said this week second quarter. Second quarter, give him a few plays. I wouldn't even mind if they did what you said, Igo, and that's put him in 1st and goal at the 5 for
I think you'll definitely see him like 3rd and short at midfield, something like that.
All right, I don't know if Steve says Austin made his own money, literally. Now I don't know if that was him or not. There was a counterfeit guy,
right? I thought that was
I can't remember.
I don't want to start throwing names out there.
I know. So, Richard, if you're listening, thanks for your service as the ECU quarterback. All right. Good discussion, Igo.
I mean, it's fair. The bottom line is a fair discussion either way.
Thank you.
I don't want to sit here and act like Stephen A. Smith and be like, this way has to be the right way. Like, both ways are fair depending on your point of view and how you want to play things. Like, I totally get it.
All right. You're a big senior day guy.
I'm a big senior day win the game guy.
Of course. Let's win the game. What, you bet big on ECU today or something?
I did not, but I did pick the Pirates to win, so they'll probably lose.
Did you pick them? I picked Houston ATS.
I picked ECU ATS.
You picked ECU?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for hanging out, Steven.
I'm still going to be here until 1 o'clock.
Oh.
Or until...
oh, wow.
Sorry.
Until 12.
If y'all would have fixed your clock, I'll be here until 12.
All right. We will talk to Patrick Mason when we return. More Igo. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to ask Patrick Mason what side of the debate he's on when we return and keep the Mason Garcia, Holton Ahlers Senior Day talk going. Igo is getting into a cheese biscuit as we speak from Country Mart. More to go on Pirate Radio. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
It's bow time. Why are Bojangles Chicken Supremes called Supremes? Well, with golden crispy chicken tenderloins this juicy, tender, and full of bold flavor, what else would you call them? Superbs? Nah, that would be weird. Get your Chicken Supremes combo today with a scratch-made biscuit, your choice of fixin', legendary iced tea, and have you heard there's a new sauce in town? Try our new creamy buffalo sauce when you get a Chicken Supremes combo today. It's bow time.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
The Dickinson Avenue Public House is a lively and diverse restaurant in Greenville that utilizes fresh and local ingredients. With influences of Creole, Asian, and upscale Southern cuisine, the Dickinson Avenue Public House offers a seasonally rotating menu and a full-service bar with rotating craft brews on tap. Come to the intersection of 8th and Dickinson and enjoy $1 drafts on Tuesday, half-price flights on Wednesday, half-price wine bottles on Thursday, and $1 oysters Tuesday through Friday from 5:30 to 7. For more details, check out their website at daphousenc.com.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Bonner Latham, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
Greenville Utilities electric customers will soon be able to receive text notifications in the event of power outages. Enrollment is automatic, so make sure GUC has your cell phone number by signing into your account at GUC.com, then update the information in your user profile. Want to talk with someone instead? Call 252-752-7166 during business hours. 252-752-7166. Update us so we can update you. Visit GUC.com for more information.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're giving everyone one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data this holiday season. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month. That's more than a great deal. That's locally grown connection from U.S. Cellular. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Don't stress this holiday season. Give the gift of beauty. A gift certificate from Beauty Bar MediSpa will not only bring a smile to that special someone, it will smooth wrinkles, tighten skin, erase veins and brown spots, and get rid of unwanted hair. Visit the professionals at Beauty Bar MediSpa in Greenville. Available now. Gift certificate specials for her or him and BOGO stocking stuffers. You save and they glow. Visit us at beautybarmedispa.com. Go Pirates!
It seems like places are giving you less and less food these days.
Yes, Mama, it's called shrinkflation. Oh, shrinkflation is just another word for robbery. But this is shackflation. What? Dang, that's huge. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing.
Hey, Pirate fans, Papa John's is the MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? You can listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, thank you, Shirley Rhodes. Honey Bun, a.k.a. the specialist, Chandler Honeycutt here. Stephen Igo to my left as we roll on hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Hearty discussion about Mason Garcia. Do we see him today? Do you want to see him in action today? Chime in with your thoughts on Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube, and we'll talk to Patrick Mason about that and more as he joins us here on the Pit Electric Live line. Hello, Patrick. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going?
Going great. You're okay with this weather, right? You're a Midwestern guys. It's good football weather, right?
That's right. This is perfect football weather. This is what I'm used to.
Yeah, this is what you want to see. Going to be a good one today. East Carolina taking on Houston. Patrick, your thoughts on this game as East Carolina comes in here a 6-point favorite today. Houston, kind of hard to figure out. From folks I've talked to at Houston, they haven't folded up shop yet. They're still playing hard. They're still fighting, but while they're fighting, they're giving up a ton of points and a lot of yards and having to keep up offensively. So do you think on paper it looks like a shootout? Is that the kind of game you think we'll see today?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know if I buy into them really rolling up shop, just because, I mean, they have been winning. They've been scoring a ton of points. And, yeah, I mean, sometimes the defense, like they got it, it's not always going to stop some people, but they can definitely score. And I kind of see them more of the same. I guess I don't see them just hitting the brake pedal and saying, all right, we've got 6 wins and let's roll up, pack it up. So, yeah, I expect, a close game and probably pretty high scoring.
Senior day today, a lot of Pirates who have will leave a lasting impact on this football team, the way they have rebuilt this program. Holton Ahlers, Miles Berry, Xavier Smith, and others. So you've got that factor into today's game, Patrick, and you wonder if there'll be, any extra nerves, any extra, I don't know, maybe trying to do too much early on. We'll see if that plays a factor into today's game.
Yeah, I forget. I want to say it was Miles Berry. It was maybe Xavier Smith. They were talking about, pregame, they probably are going to get some nerves. It is going to be a little interesting. But, I mean, once the game goes on, it's just going to be another football game. So I think a lot of those festivities and a lot of the, thoughts about senior day, that's going to be on their minds pregame. And it's probably going to be pretty cool to walk out to the crowd and, get your picture taken and all that. But once the game goes on, I mean, they're just going to play football. So I think it'll be pretty cool for sure. But I don't know if they're going to have nerves or anything. I think it's just going to be another good game.
Patrick Mason joining us, Pit Electric Live Line. We are at the end of the season now, where we might start to see some younger guys in action, because you can play 4 games and still keep that red shirt. So one of those guys is Mason Garcia, Pirate quarterback. Patrick, do you, from a football standpoint, kind of taking away who you're covering and everything like that, should a quarterback who is going to be potentially the starter next year get some action these last few games? How would you play it?
Yes, I think he should. And I think any amount of playing time is great for him. And if they want to give him a ton, I think that's awesome too. Now, do I think that's going to happen? Probably not. I think, Holton Ahlers, it's, they're going to get wrapped up in this a little bit. It is senior day. It's Holton Ahlers. He can play. But I think if you're going to have an eye toward the future and an eye toward what's next, I think Mason Garcia has to play. And I think he has to be maybe, especially maybe even next week, just give him the reins and let him play. I mean, I think it's all about development, and you really got to look toward the future. And I don't know, maybe it's just for me watching so much Bears football over the years of just like, hey, you got to get this new guy ready. I mean, I think it's very similar. You got to play him, and you got to see what you got to give him some experience and let him get out there and play.
And you got to play him today, right?
Patrick, all right. So we just had a heated discussion about this. I think he's going to play today. Me and Cliff have been going back and forth on, do you give him an actual series where he starts a series, just in the middle of the game? My counter to that was, how do you take Holton out on senior day, and then if you end up in a one-possession game and lose, do you look back at that? If it doesn't go well, how do you kind of balance that if you're Mike Houston?
Yeah, all right, so I think ideally you'd love to say, maybe in the fourth quarter, say, here's your game, Mason, and say, give Holton I don't know if you could do it in football, like a standing ovation, pull him out. But and I guess East Carolina has this battle, right, of, do we want to keep winning? Do we want to get win number 7? Do we want to get win number 8? Or do we do right by Holton, let him do his thing, and then do right by the future and say, here's Mason Garcia, and, go get him. Here's a quarter, or here's a series. I think it'll be interesting how they play it. I think they're initially going to go into this game trying to win, but maybe either way, if it gets, out of hand, Mason's going to play. But I also just don't see an issue of him getting a series here and there. I don't know. It's tough.
Wow. Patrick, you're like a one-man tennis match. Sometimes I think you're on my side, and then you hit the ball over to Igo's side, and I can't figure out where you stand.
I'm just trying to be realistic from looking at East Carolina's perspective. From my perspective, I say you play him, and who cares about the wins and losses right now? Play this man. But from their perspective, they're not looking at it that way at all. I don't think.
Yeah, but I feel like both of y'all are like, just if you play Mason Garcia, you're going to lose the game. Like, I feel like that's what y'all are saying, which is not the case.
The more experienced, better player right now.
100%.
So if you take him out at any point, you're saying, all right, we're putting in a lesser experience at this time, a lesser player to prepare for the future. So you are putting yourself at risk to lose the game.
Again, he's been here for 3 years.
Yeah, but
you got to have some kind of trust in him at this point to go out there and not Yeah, come on, Patrick. What do you got?
And it's pure. Yeah, the move to go to Mason is purely for the future. You're not saying. You're not saying he sucks, but you're also, you're kind of saying, all right, like this is not. We're not putting him in right now to win this game. Like that's not what you're saying when you do that. So, yeah, you put him in for experience. You put him in for the future. And how much are they going to care about the future right now? It remains to be seen, but I think it's the right move. He's got to play.
All right. Or maybe Mike Houston just plays Holton Ahlers every play the rest of the year and goes to Georgia Tech, and he doesn't care about the future.
That's also a possibility.
What about that?
Yeah, right, because it's so, just to tell a football coach to look for the future. None of these guys do it, right? Every single game day, they want to win. They're here to win,
and they should. And
it's just how it is.
That is the job. But part of the job. Yeah, it's a tough call. I just don't think you're completely punting on the game if you put Mason Garcia in. I don't think you're like waving a white flag to put in this guy that's been here for 3 years, that at this point should be able to do something offensively.
Well, I think he'll go in because he's been working in specialized packages, and obviously he's been taking number 2 reps at quarterback, but like he's been working on probably a specific set of plays that I think you do put him in to try and win the game. But then if you're talking about, hey, let him go play a quarter or a series, I think that's when it turns into you're clearly just preparing him for the future more than anything. So
good discussion. Good discussion.
Well, like Patrick said, and like we've said, it's up to the coaches how they want to play it, and that'll be one of our main takeaways today. How do they decide to play it?
Yeah. All right, Patrick.
They think about. Yeah, no, I was just going to say it's interesting what they think about the importance of another win or not. I know it looks good and it's great, but I guess I'm just curious what they think of that.
Patrick, how do you think this game's going to go today?
I think it's going to be high scoring. I don't know. Both teams are bowl eligible. They got some good offense. But I think it's just going to be high scoring. And I don't know about this 6-point spread here, but I think it'll be close, high scoring.
Yeah, how about they just say, hey, let's put on a show for the fans today. Some fireworks.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can eclipse the 77 to 63.
That, please.
What, you got somewhere to be?
I don't want to be there for 7 hours writing about 25 touchdowns.
I hear you. 7 of those by Mason Garcia. Unbelievable. He comes in and leads the game-winning drive. All right, Patrick, thanks for joining us. We will check in with you coming up. You going to be around on Wednesday?
Yeah, I'll be around.
All right, good deal. We'll talk to you Thanksgiving Eve on Pirate Radio Live.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, man. There's Patrick Mason. I don't know what side he's on. He's kind of on both.
Yeah, he's on both sides. And that's the thing, like, I think, like us, or like me at least, he can see it both ways. I think you can too, but you're...
Of course I do. I absolutely do. I'm just speaking...
I didn't know if you were taking the Stephen A. Smith stand or not.
I am a big see things from both ways
sides.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both ways.
Both ways, both sides.
Yeah, it's up to the coaches. And I do think, look, Mike Houston does not strike me as a guy who's going to punt for the future exclusively. Now, he might do some things with that in mind, but he's definitely going to play to win this game.
As he should.
And it goes on his record either way. He's still
goes on his resume.
Still under 500 as ECU's head coach.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm just saying one series in the second quarter.
I'll say that I'm not really for it in terms of winning the game, but I would love to see it if that makes any sense. Because I want to see Mason play, so I get it.
I do as well. All right. Our guy Robert Skipper is back on YouTube. Hey, Clip, are you coming to the game? Y'all ignore YouTubers. Listen here. Quit talking to Patrick.
We need to, every time he comments, get like an alert. That way we can read it immediately.
Robert, What do you think this is? This is not like just a one-way.
This is a live web chat.
This is not like DMs. Like we're doing a show here. I can't just stop it and talk to you.
What you could? It just wouldn't be very exciting.
I'm not going to the game today. I don't really feel 100%. So I'm going to go.
Tell you what, Robert, you let us know what your thought is on Mason Garcia versus Holton Ahlers.
Yeah. You get a fast pass right into the show. Chandler's going to the game.
I love his signature comment. Listen here.
Yeah.
Listen here.
HEA. Listen here.
Listen here.
Steven, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the hearty discussion.
Yeah, it really is amazing how time flies when you're debating something.
Yep.
Crazy.
All right. We will enjoy the game. We'll check out your work on Hoist the Colors.
And his podcast.
.net. And, the podcast.
The Hoist the Colors podcast rolls on.
Yeah.
It was on the Hoist the Colors podcast about 10 weeks ago. You could have learned that Shane Carden was making his return to Greenville for this game. So
why did you need to know then about that?
So you didn't have to look for it 2 days ago.
What are we going to do Monday? Do you have Flow Sports?
I do not, and I don't plan on buying Flow Sports. I plan on listening to The Voice.
Yeah, I guess that's what we'll be doing. We'll do a listen along.
Unless somebody
we'll
wants
be listening in our headphones and reacting on YouTube.
Somebody wants to donate their Flow Sports login to the calls. I would greatly appreciate it.
Hey, how about Bro Sports? Be a bro and donate your Flow to IGO and us.
Maybe we should all go in on Flow Sports together.
No.
Oh, wow.
Because then it goes from $30 for 3 games to like $10 for 3 games.
Robert, that is a terrible joke you made, and I swear to the Lord above, I almost made that joke. I was going to say, speaking of number 2 reps, we need to take a timeout. But I didn't say it, but you put it on Facebook, so great minds think alike. Steven, enjoy the game.
We'll get out of here.
All right. Take a number 2 rep. It's funny. It's funny, right? When we return, hour 3, my goodness, we are flying here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll have another tailgate check-in with Troy D, and we will talk to Double B, Brian Bailey, here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're back with you after these words.
This is Holton Ahlers. I've been eating at Parker's Barbecue since I was a kid. Now, all these years later, I still love to eat at Parker's. In fact, I love it so much, I bring my entire offensive line with me. They protect me, and I look out for them with great food from Parker's Barbecue. So whether you bring the team like me, or just your friends and family, the awesome barbecue, chicken, and seafood at Parker's is a win every time. Parker's Barbecue, where they always treat you like family.
Before you hit the road this travel season, be sure to get your tires inspected by the tire guys at Greenville Auto World. The Greenville Auto World service team sells all the top brands and economy tires if you need a new set. Need an oil change, state inspection, or AC repair? Greenville Auto World can work on any type of vehicle, and the monthly oil change special is only $29.99. Make an appointment now by calling 364-8730. For award-winning service, trust Greenville Auto World.
With over 30 locations across North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, Quality Equipment is your local John Deere dealer, where you'll find everything you need for your next project. Our complete lineup of John Deere lawn and garden, agricultural, and commercial worksite equipment comes with years of experience, expertise, and dedication. We know what it takes to get it done right. Stop by today or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
When it comes to hauling dirt, asphalt, or stone, you can trust the pros at First and Goal Hauling Incorporated. They have a fleet of dump trucks ready to get the job done. And best of all, it's owned and operated by ECU football alum Dakota Marshall. When you have a big job and you need it done right, count on First and Goal Hauling, where it's a touchdown every time. Keep up with Dakota Marshall and First and Goal Hauling by following them on Facebook today.
Have you experienced increased aches and pains recently? Have you heard of CBD? Hemp Garden is your premier CBD retailer in Eastern North Carolina. Do you find yourself having anxiety or in need of extra sleep support? Hemp Garden has a variety of Delta 8 and hemp-derived Delta 9 products that can assist with those issues. If you're unable to stop by the store, don't worry. Give them a call today at 413-6100 for a consultation, and they'll ship right to your door. Hemp Garden, 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
Portable, super quiet, and fuel efficient. Honda EU Series generators are ideal for camping, tailgating, home backup power, and more. All feature Honda's CO Minder carbon monoxide detection system for added peace of mind. Select models include Bluetooth connectivity for wireless control with Honda's My Generator smartphone app. Go with a Honda EU Series generator. It's power you can trust. See Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
This is Dr. Christopher McDowell from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's time for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For experience and professional care, call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is where the fiesta never ends. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Wednesday for shrimp tacos for $11.99. Plus Wednesdays means all Mexican imports for just $2.99. Thursdays, enjoy your favorite beef, chicken, or vegetable fajitas for only $11.99. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, UCF has kicked a 21-yard field goal. They are now within one of Navy. 7.5 minutes to go in the first half. Navy still clinging to a 7-6 lead over UCF. Games going on right now. Austin Peay is at number 8 Alabama. Duke is at Pittsburgh. East Tennessee State is at Mississippi State. Vanderbilt is hosting Florida. All of those games have kicked off. No scores as of yet. Michigan State also has started their game with Indiana, and Northwestern is at Purdue. That game just got underway. And number 19, Florida State, is hosting Louisiana, and kickoff has just ensued. So we will have updates for that coming up in our next Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And right now during football season, you can join the Buck for Sunday Fun Day with football, food trucks, live music, giveaways, and the largest 4K TV in Eastern North Carolina. Follow the Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, I got TCU Baylor pulled up as the Horned Frogs continue their unlikely quest for the college football playoff. Chandler, what game do you have a game you're going to be watching in there? No Chandler Honeycutt, Honey Bun Specialist, White Chocolate Game of the Week?
I can find one right quick.
What's wrong? Are you okay? You look a little disheveled.
You look a little sad.
I am sad.
All right, speaking of which, let's head out to the Pit Electric Live Line. Troy D. Sentimental on a senior day out at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. Troy, what's going on?
Man, the difference an hour makes. It can really pep up your spirits here for the final tailgate of the year as the crowd has arrived and friends and family and the Pirates from all over are here. Don Coleman here from Charlotte, North Carolina. Don is one of my buddies. We go back to college days in the 90s, not to date ourselves, but Don knew a young Troy D. Now you know a little older Troy D. But, Don, great to have you back in Greenville.
Hey, it's great to be back here. Good to see Troy D. Hadn't changed a bit in 20-something years. It's a beautiful day to be a Pirate fan. Sunshine, clear skies. We're excited about today.
It's a beautiful day to be here. Beautiful day for Tony Collins to roll up just in time for the food and a beverage. Tony, good to see you again.
Good to be here, man. Nice day to play football.
I got you covered, so I'll cover your drinks. I'll cover your food at the tailgate, and I got you a ticket, my man.
You'll cover the drinks at the tailgate?
Yeah.
I thought it was free.
Well, for you it is. It's all how you market it, my man. Somebody's got to buy these beers. What do you expect today, Tony?
I expect a lot of scoring, man. Houston defense gave up a whole bunch of points. I think we should hit 50 today.
All right, that's ECU Hall of Famer Tony Collins. Come on out, kids. Get your picture. He said he'll sign at least one item for everybody today, right?
$10 a piece.
Oh, damn. All right, $10. Bring your $10 if you get anything signed by Tony Collins. He's a hustler. All right, man, great day out here. The weather has it's warmed up a little bit, which has helped. Slight breeze. Going to be in the mid-50s for kickoff. Crowd has really picked up. As I said, amazing the difference an hour makes between where we were last hour and this hour. But thanks, our buddies at Jimmy John's have delivered right on cue. They'll deliver for you, too. Go to jimmyjohns.com. You can get your delivery to your tailgate or anywhere you happen to be. And we got ours delivered right here at Elmhurst. So we're chowing down on some Jimmy John's thanks to Carolina Eagle. Great sponsor, our 20th season of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Hard to believe, but 20 years getting ready to be in the books with the conclusion of today's show. So thanks to Budweiser and Bud Light and Carolina Eagle, who's been with us for all 20 years, guys. So they're tremendous sponsors. Also thanks to the Minji's Bottling Group for their support today, too, with the non-alcoholic beverages for the Aquafinas and the Pepsi stuff. Takes a village, and we're glad to have everybody a part of us today, including Sparky Snowball. Never too cold for a snowball for the kids. So free snowballs at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone for all the kids today. And the tailgate scene has really picked up out here, guys. So great atmosphere. Still got a couple hours before kickoff. Throw it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, sounds good. Troy D, Tony C, and company out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. UBE has been bumping ever since we rolled in here before 10 a.m. this morning. So that will continue for another 45 minutes to an hour, and then it will turn into a ghost town here downtown because everybody will be heading over to the stadium where Brian Bailey is right now. He joins us on the Pit Electric Live line. BB, happy game day. How you doing?
Yeah, happy game day. I tell you, it's a beautiful sunny day. A little nippy. It's about 15 degrees cooler if you're in the shade. So if you're coming to the game and you have shade where you're seating, you better wear a jacket because it's going to be a little cool. But it's very nice. No rain in the forecast, and we should have a good day.
Home game number 7 for the Pirates and the last one of the year, Bailey. It flies by. We always talk about it, and here we are. The career of a lot of these guys have flown by as well. You've covered Holton Ahlers since he was, a little leaguer in Greenville, and you'll see him one more time at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium today.
Yeah, I just talked to him just a moment ago, and he came up and gave me a hug, and he said, everybody in my family's already started to cry. that he was the only one not crying in the Pirate Walk. So it's going to be very emotional. And that's the one thing I'm going to ask Coach Houston when we do our little interview that runs on the scoreboard. I'm going to say, how do you separate the emotions of senior day to play a football game? It's going to be very difficult. I think Holton can do it, obviously, but there's a lot of emotion on this field because obviously, Holton came here and the program was in disarray, and he was one of the ones that helped turn it around. He wasn't the only one. There's some outstanding seniors in this group, but I think he was one of the main ones to say, hey, East Carolina can be a winner. Let's go turn it around. Back-to-back bowl bids and hopefully a bowl championship in December for this East Carolina football team, and hopefully a couple of wins, 8-4. And then if you win the bowl game, 9-4, that's a pretty good year. And it could have been a lot better than that, but you can't look back, can we?
Yeah, you're right. And you want to get this one in next week going into a bowl game with a lot of confidence, a lot of momentum. And we had a discussion last hour with Stephen Igo on what you do with Mason Garcia. He appears to be the quarterback of the future. You want to get him some action, Brian. You also want to obviously honor Holton Ahlers on senior day. So with all that being said, with 3 games left to go, Mason can still redshirt. Do you think we see him on the field today?
Yeah, I think he will in some capacity. I don't know whether it'll be, if the Pirates jump out to a big lead and it's mop-up duty, or if they're, the word is they haven't set up a script for him to come in at a certain time. But, I'd like to see him in there. I think as much as you can get him in now, because he can redshirt, he's going to have 3 years of eligibility. And I'm telling you, I've seen Mason many a time in practice, and he can absolutely spin a football. He can throw it. I mean, he can throw it with anybody in the country. His problem is learning the defenses and trying to read different things, and that kind of thing is what everybody has said has held him back a little bit. But he's been playing behind a really good quarterback in Holton Ahlers. So I think that I think we will see him though in some capacity.
Orthopedics East injury report, Brian. We saw some tough moments at the end of that Cincinnati game with Keaton Mitchell leaving for the second straight game, and also C.J. Johnson there, last play of the game. Now, it looks like that was precautionary, both of those guys practicing, but in those red non-contact jerseys. So it looks like those two guys are going to give it a go today. Do you know about any other injuries or guys that will be playing today?
No, I haven't heard anything as far as that front goes. I mean, of course, they're pretty quiet about some of that, but that Keaton Mitchell hit, and that was back-to-back games where he's gotten nailed, like taking a real big hit in the fourth quarter. But the one at Cincinnati, when I'm on the road with Brian Meador doing the coaches show, I try to use the camera and try to get some shots, some down low angles that are different than what you see on TV. And I had a great shot of that pass. It's one of those things that when you have the ball in your viewfinder and you know it's a great shot, usually it's incomplete. And that one, that one was, but it was just an unbelievable hit. I mean, it looked like to me, looking through the viewfinder, that it was a train wreck. I mean, it was so hard and dirty, in person. It was really something that I didn't think he'd get up from that, to be honest with you. It was a tough hit.
Yeah, Jeff Charles saying the same thing when he joined us here earlier today on the show. This defense will have a challenge today. We know about the amount of points that Houston gives up, but they also score a lot. So big game for Blake Harrell and company today, Brian.
And they did a good job for the most part last year in that game in Houston, because that was a bizarre game because they had the 5-hour, basically a hurricane delay because a big old storm just came rocking through Houston last year. And we were there, waiting to play the game until at night. But his defense did pretty well in that game. And I think that's going to be another one of the keys. You've got to slow them down a little bit. They're going to get there because they have a great offense. But, if you look at the NCAA stats, Houston has the 27th best offense in the country. East Carolina's at 20, which I was kind of surprised to see. So I think we got two pretty good offenses. I think Blake Harrell's defense is a little better than what Houston's defense is not very highly ranked. I think they were 114 last I checked. So I think that's one of the tails of the tape, if you will. But that'll be a big key. They got to slow them down some.
All right, Bailey, anybody walking near you? We always get the Brian Bailey seal of approval before a game, whoever is standing by you. So who's near you today?
All right, CJ just walked out. He's got a big smile on his face. He's giving everybody high fives.
All right.
And Holton is to my left. He's got his arms crossed, and he's got a serious look on his face. So I'm going to go Holton and CJ right there again. They tend to have really good games when, things are going on. CJ's grandmother passed. He had that great game. And so it's going to be emotional with the senior day activities. Again, if you're coming to the game, get here early. You won't want to miss that because that's going to be a lot of emotions in that deal. Sometime around 1:30.
All right, the Conley Connection hooks up today, according to Brian Bailey. Bailey, great report. Thanks for joining us, man, and we'll talk to you after the game.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
There is BB, WNCT Sports Director, host of the Brian Bailey Show right here on Pirate Radio. Let's take a break. We'll come back planning to hook up with the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, to talk about today's slate of college football, some college hoops as well. Baylor in the red zone. 1st and 10, and they will have it 2nd down and about 4 at the 10-yard line. Looked like a flag might have came out. So Baylor driving on TCU here early. The Horned Frogs trying to stay undefeated. And on the right side of the college football playoff, Baylor looking for the upset today at home. We'll take a timeout, come back, more to go. Pirate Radio, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers in Greenville, plus the all-new Tiebreakers in Winterville, do real burgers better than anybody. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, real burgers at its best.
Everybody loves burgers. 'Tis the season for connection, and US Cellular is celebrating by offering any phone free for everyone. Any brand, any storage, for new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means that your rates won't go up. That's locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit us in-store or online for details on getting any phone free today.
You've been waiting all year to replace your old phone, and now the Christmas deals are finally here. The team at Sailor Warehouse is loaded up with free phones for everyone. That's right, free, baby. Don't wait, because these deals won't last long. Call Toby Williams today at 252-799-7051 and let one of their experienced sales associates come right to your office or home. Sailor Warehouse, your local U.S. Sailor authorized agent. The only agents that deliver phones, tablets, and routers right to your front door.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hungry for game day, Pirate Nation? Take advantage of the Warren's Hot Dogs tailgate special of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. And the best part, this special is available every day. Just call ahead and Warren's will have your order ready to go. Hungry for breakfast? Warren's Hot Dogs in Chocowinity opens at 5 a.m. with cheese biscuits, chicken biscuits, sausage dogs, and more. Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville, across from Ron Ayers, or in Chocowinity next to the fire station. Go Pirates!
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio and our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 60,000 followers today. And clip a quick Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard brought to you by The Buck.
The Buck.
Thank you. Navy has scored again, so they lead UCF 14-6 with less than a minute to go in the first half.
All right, and Baylor goes right down the field, scores on TCU. TCU responds with a 3-and-out, so Baylor's going to get it back, already up 7-0 over number 4 Texas Christian. UCF, by the way, has the ball in their own territory, minute left to go in the first half. We'll see if they can mount a long drive to try to cut into that Navy lead. But keeping an eye on that one on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard.
Presented by DeBuck. I now have a game on for Chairman's Game of the Week. Not the sexiest game, not the most exciting game, but I do have Duke on the road at Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh is currently up 3-0 over the Blue Devils, 6:42 and counting left to go in the first quarter.
All right. Not the best game in the world, as you said. Shirley, do we have anybody on the live line at the moment?
No, we do not.
All right. I'll see if we can remedy that here in a moment. We will talk to Billy Weaver coming up in just a little bit later on this hour. And in hour 4, we've still got a live interview with Brian North and a lot of interviews with coaches and players. We hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick, Blake Harrell, some Pirate players as well. In our final hour of today's show, we are feeling good here on a Saturday, thanks to Country Mart. Hooked us up with some awesome cheese biscuits, sausage dogs, and have us feeling good on a Senior Day Saturday at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, East Carolina, taking on the Houston Cougars. Steve Hill, who dropped off some brownies earlier, we appreciate those, Steve. Those were awesome. Says he's visiting the Pirate Radio Tailgate for the first time this season. Excited about the potential opportunity to touch a Troy. So we could have another Troy D touch coming up.
Awesome.
He touched Shane Carden yesterday.
Yeah, probably a lot.
Probably
quite a bit. I think I saw him do it at least 10 times in the studio over there.
A lot of touching.
A little slap on the shoulder, you know.
A lot of physicality.
Compete.
I tell you what, I got a nice, and looking back at this, I don't know if I made the right, I think I did. I think I made the right move. Saw Shane, went with the kind of the handshake, half hug, and I don't know what came over me. I took my hand away, went with the full 2-arm hug.
No, you didn't.
And he returned it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
well,
kind of a bold move,
I
right?
walked in there after his segment with us yesterday, and he saw me, and we made amends. We cleared the air on, a situation that happened years ago in the Birmingham airport where he was very mad and did not want to talk to literally anybody. But, hey, we made up yesterday, and I went in for the dap, and then I went in for a full-on hug.
Man.
And I said, welcome back.
Sometimes you got to do that. Like CJ's last sports tribute, AJ's, went full-on hug.
Wow.
I'm a teddy bear, man.
Yeah. I kind of want a full-on hug from you.
Well, it's got to be legit, right? We got to have a legit reason.
It's got to mean something. It's got to have some sort of, motivation behind it.
Yeah, there's some meaning behind it. All right, let's head out to the Pit Electric Live line. Joining us on a game day, college football and college hoops, is Jeff Nadeau, Barstool Sports, the big man on campus. Jeff, thanks for your time. How you doing today, man?
Good. How are you, Clint?
Hey, good. First of all, any games you've got interest in this noon window? What games, if any, are you watching right now?
Well, I don't have anything on my TV. I'm just kind of doing some work, but I have a couple. Army, I have in play. I have a little bit of Navy as well. So I went a little military heavy, but I got a couple small plays, but nothing too crazy.
All right, big man supporting the troops on a Saturday with the Army-Navy play. I want to talk some college hoops with you, too, before we let you go today. But East Carolina, Houston, this thing has really settled pretty much all week. East Carolina still a 6-point favorite, and I saw where the total has dropped a little bit to 66.5, but it's been floating around there to 67.5, whatever. So things have kind of settled in as far as that line goes. Maybe that means even money on both sides, Jeff. But how are you feeling about this one? East Carolina on Senior Day taking on the Cougars. Once again, a high total there, and the Pirates a home favorite.
Yeah, I didn't ultimately get there on betting a side in this game, but I actually played the over in this one. I got 67. I kind of just – the question I had with this game is, you know, who stops who in this game? I mean, Houston has made it clear game after game all year that they just can't stop anybody. They're giving up almost 40 points a game on the road. They're 9-1 to the over in their games this season. And, again, how many times have we seen high-scoring games involving Houston? You ask yourself why. I mean, defensively, they're a mess, as I talked about. They have a great quarterback and some really good skill players. You also look at both these teams. I know ECU is a little bit better with running the ball, but both these teams are in the hundreds as far as rush rate. And when I say hundreds, there's only 130 Division I teams. So when you're in the hundreds, that means basically in layman's terms, essentially you don't run the ball. Both these teams, I think, are going to get into throwing the football a lot. And look, whether we want to say it or not, I mean, ECU is way better against the pass than Houston, but there's still two teams I think are going to duel it out. I'm always one, and I'll give them a little shout-out because I really enjoy Hoist the Colors. I think it's a great blog, and I think it's something that we need in every school in America. I always notice that I want to read what Igo thinks. I mean, I know he's kind of like you guys, very dialed in. He kind of had this game where I kind of had it, you know, first to 40 wins. I think this number is too low as far as the total. I would put it up closer, really at 70 or even above 70. Houston has made it clear they do not want to stop anybody, and I think this one goes back and forth.
All right, and they do likes a shootout at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium today between the Pirates and the Cougars. Jeff, we kind of touched on the Pac-12, a bit of a spotlight on them tonight with Utah at Oregon and certainly USC at UCLA. Just trying to find any other games of real interest, and don't have any that kind of captivate the nation. So how about from a gambling standpoint, what games you like in the 3:30 or 7, 8 o'clock window later on? What do you got your eye on?
Just one thing to keep in mind, Oregon, Utah would be involved in just with, I don't know what the status of Bo Nix is. Obviously, you know, we'd have to find that out. As far as another game, I think it's a shootout, probably like the one I just talked about. As far as the game that I played, I like Tennessee. I laid 22 with Tennessee. I played Tennessee last week. I've had a good read on this group all season, really back to the first game they played against Ball State. I've been knowing when to kind of fade them. I faded them against Georgia. It's worked out. I feel like I have a good read on this group. They have to continue to style it up, Clip. You know, style points are important for a team like Tennessee to put up 60-plus last week. I don't know if they'll put 60 up this week, but I'm also not going to put it past them either. South Carolina is slightly better than Missouri, but you look at South Carolina, really not playing for anything here. They're without their two best running backs. Spencer Rattler struggled all season. Not a lot of people are aware, but Spencer Rattler has more interceptions than touchdowns. Their offensive line has had major problems. And one of the strengths of Tennessee's team is on the defensive line. I think we continue to see Tennessee put up big points here. I'm going to continue to lay the number with them. I really like this group, and I don't feel like going into South Carolina is going to be a big loss here. I think they put up points.
All right, Jeff Nadeau, Barstool Sports, the big man on campus, joining us. And, Jeff, only one top 25 basketball team, I believe, in action today. That was Dayton, but that's no problem for you. You like to get in the weeds with this and pick out and find some winners. So how about college hoops today? What games do you have your eye on?
Yeah, I'll be quite honest, Clip, with you and your audience. I really, in the early season, really up until college basketball ends, I'm very picky and choosy with Saturday college basketball. Right now, again, I've talked about this. It is a very volatile time to bet college basketball. I know people want to get into it. They want to bet it. And look, if I can find a matchup or two I like, I'll run with it. But I'm not running to the window to get involved with games. I'm just not. As far as tonight, I actually like some games tomorrow. I also keep saying, I mean, I bet Bryant the other night as a dog. I thought I got really screwed in that game late with a technical with 3 seconds to go. I like Bryant yet again. I'll keep telling you guys, this is a very good roster. I think this is probably a top, March Madness top 60 type of roster. They have a ton of really good players on this team. If there's a 3 still out there, I would try to snag it up. This one has continued to be bet up. FIU is not a good basketball team. And off the loss, I think Bryant can bounce back. as far as those you said, there is not a lot of great matchups here tonight. I think a great matchup, late night clip, 8:30, Hofstra and St. Mary's. It's a big-time matchup on the West Coast. Hofstra, I think, is one of the best offensive teams nobody talks about in America, running an incredible pick-and-roll offense. It's going to be interesting to see how they do with St. Mary's, who really kind of tries to take away everything you want to do on offense. I got a feeling, though, Hofstra can hang around in that game a little bit. I guess we'll see. But outside of that, for me, I'm really sticking with football until it ends.
Jeff, you know just about every thing about every team. Can you give us anything on Indiana State? That's East Carolina's next opponent, Monday, 1:30. They'll be playing down in Florida at the Gulf Coast Showcase. Do you know anything at all about the Sycamores team ECU will see?
Well, of course. I mean, keep in mind, Larry Bird went to Indiana State.
Hey, wait, no, I know that. I need something else.
That said. So, Indiana State is coached by a guy called Josh Schertz. I mean, he was introduced last year. And really from the onset, they have wanted to play as fast as possible. The goal is to get up and down. They do not rebound the ball effectively. They want to play up and down. And, look, I wouldn't look much into what they've done so far. They have not played a particularly good schedule. But I will say this, they've run up and down. And I'll tell you what, I was impressed with what they did the other night against North Dakota State. That is a decent basketball team up at North Dakota State. Put up 101 on that team. They have some really good players on this Indiana State team. And, look, if you're not ready to go up and down, I don't think that's going to be a good matchup. They want to put a ton of shots up. They want to shoot a lot of threes. They're shooting it above 38% this season. They have a kid on their team, Kuvasiye McCauley, a guy that you want to keep an eye on, a DePaul transfer, really good player. Couple of good players. Cooper Neese is a solid player. He's been there for 5 years. He can really shoot the rock. They're a good basketball team. I'll tell you right now, they will be a favorite in this game.
Okay.
And I would say they're going to be a 5-6 point favorite.
Great info. Jeff Nadeau, Barstool Sports, joining us today on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff, enjoy your college football and college hoops Saturday. And we'll see if we can track you down next week. We're not going to have a show, obviously, on Thanksgiving, but maybe we can hook up with you earlier in the week. But, man, we always appreciate talking with you.
Yeah, I'm ready for you whenever. Thanks, Clip. Talk to you. Have a good week.
All right, give him a follow on Twitter at Jeff Nadu. He's got Big Man on Betting on YouTube, and also if you're into Mafia history, the Sit Down podcast, super successful. Talked to Sammy the Bull.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Not that long ago. So he's doing huge things with that podcast. Thank you, Big Man. All right, TCU hits a big one after a missed field goal. They hit a big play, and now they're going to have it in Baylor territory at around the 33-yard line. So 1st and 10 Horned Frogs as they trail at 7-0. The game did go to halftime in Orlando with the same 14-6 score. So Navy trying to pull a upset over the Knights today down in Orlando on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by DeBuck. TCU has it 1st and 10 at the 22. We will take a break, come back, keep an update on all these scores, and check in with my hyper upbeat co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, Billy Weaver, when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Hour 3 rolls on after this.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
My whole business just went up in flames, but my agent was there before the fire was out. We started a plan. I've got 25 employees who could be out of a job if we didn't get this place running again. My independent agent and auto owners insurance, they made sure we didn't skip a beat. I mean, we didn't miss a single payroll. That's incredible.
For whatever lies ahead, we're always there.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Here today with Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. What's new?
So this is the best time to buy. We have no payments for 90 days when you finance with us. Also, 2.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 22 Jeep Wagoneer. And don't forget, you can sit down with me, custom order your next vehicle, and save time and money. Don't have a Christmas idea? We have you covered with buy 3 tires, get the 4th one for $1. And don't forget, drive a little, save a lot, located in Washington, North Carolina. And also check us out on the web at WashingtonChryslerDodgeJeepRam.com.
All right, Pirate Nation, Russell's is ready for the holidays. Our huge in-stock inventory makes shopping easy. New additions include Barber for men and women, plus Owner Reserve for the men. Enjoy your holidays and don't worry about lost packages and back orders. We've been making Christmas wishes come true for 39 years in the same location. Not only is our signature gift wrap beautiful, it's free. It's always about you, our pirate friends and customers at Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington.
Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holton Ahlers for my friends at Arc Point Labs. Just as I trust my teammates, you can trust Arc Point Labs to give you quick and accurate results for your laboratory testing needs. Arc Point Labs provides insights and solutions to enable individuals, businesses, and communities to make informed decisions on their health, safety, and well-being. Visit any of the 6 Eastern North Carolina Arc Point Labs locations or go to arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Amanda Houston, and when it came time to make the game-winning play for relaxation at our house, I made the right call to Jamie Lang and Carolina Hardscapes. Jamie and his team built the backyard oasis of our dreams with a beautiful custom paver patio, outdoor lighting, and fireplace. Make your backyard incredible and call Carolina Hardscapes today at 364-1201 or visit their showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Suck. Go Pirates!
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates!
This is Holton Ahlers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, as we mentioned before, Navy has gone into halftime with a 14-6 lead over UCF. Alabama leads Austin Peay 7-0 in the first quarter. Pittsburgh leads Duke 10-7 at the start of the second quarter. The first quarter just ended in this game. Mississippi State leads East Tennessee State 14-0. Florida has a 3-0 lead over Vanderbilt with about a minute and a half to go in the first quarter. Michigan leads Illinois 7-0 in the first. It's Indiana 7, Michigan State 3. Northwestern trails Purdue 7-0. It's TCU and Baylor tied at 7. Army has a 7-3 lead over UConn in the first quarter. Florida State's jumped out to a 14-0 lead over Louisiana. Virginia Tech and Liberty are tied at 7. Texas A&M and UMass are tied at 3. And Wisconsin and Nebraska is just about a minute left to go in the first quarter. No score as of yet. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And you can follow The Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule. And we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All righty, nice drive by the TCU Horned Frogs to tie it up in Waco. Got that one on the TV here in the Pirate Radio studios. 7-7 as they play late in the first quarter. on the Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard, presented by the Big. All right, Shirley Rhodes trying to hook up with Billy Weaver, get him on the Pitt Electric Live line as we've got games going on and a game we are previewing. East Carolina taking on the Houston Cougars, and once again, Pirates 6-point favorites in this game. Total 66.5, so expecting a lot of points coming up today on a senior day. The hype man, Billy Weaver, joining us on the Pitt Electric Live line. Weave, are you still keeping that same excitement you had when we talked to you last hour?
Absolutely, man. There's a ton of people out here tailgating. It is a perfect day for college football. It's beautiful outside. There's not a cloud in the sky. We're in the mid-50s, so when you're in the sun, it feels amazing. A little chilly in the shade, but lots of people out here. There's a very good crowd out here, so there's no reason not to be hyped.
The football weather is here for this final game at home for the 2022 season. Weave, you've been the co-host on the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show for the last couple of seasons when things really started to, well, not really started to change, but when we started to see the wins, things started changing kind of early on when Mike Houston was here, and we finally got going with some W's last year and of course, this year as well. And a lot of these seniors, a big reason for that, the change, the move back to the winning ways of East Carolina, the stamp of these seniors will be left on this program for years to come, and we'll say goodbye to them one final time today at home.
Yeah, but you did say there's a direct correlation between me being on the Pirate post-game radio show and winning, right?
There's that, too. The Billy Weaver factor. It's got to factor into it.
I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. That sounded good. I like that. But, no, yeah, you mentioned the seniors, and that's going to be the fun part. And I just hope, like I said, there's a good crowd out here. It really is. The tailgate area is really buzzing right now. I just hope that the folks get out of their tailgate situations a little earlier today. Typically at East Carolina, it's more of a late arriving crowd into the stadium because the tailgating is so amazing. It really is. It's a lot of fun, so people usually try to get in right before kickoff. Today, if you're out there listening and you're at your tailgate spot, get in a little bit early so you can see all the seniors honored. And one really cool thing, and I was thinking about this a few weeks ago when we had the last ECU home football game, I was thinking about senior day, and one guy I was thinking about, of course, which, everybody is going to, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Holton Ahlers. I mean, he's kind of been the face of this program for the last, 5-6 years, I think it is. But I was thinking about that. I was like, well, on senior day, you have parents that come out there. Well, his dad is up in the press box doing the PA. How is that going to work? Well, I did see Morgan Ahlers at the Pirate Radio tailgate tent, and I asked him about that. So he is going to be down on the field with Holton, and I think that's going to be a very special moment. So it's going to be neat to see all the seniors, but especially Holton and Morgan down on the field.
Yeah, no doubt. And, Morgan got emotional. I saw a video earlier this week done by Garrett Short with WNCT Channel 9. And I asked Morgan yesterday, how he's been able to do it all these years, being professional with the PA job and also watching his son take hits, watching his son throw interceptions at times. And, of course, you got the great times as well where he's throwing touchdowns, putting up yards, and winning games at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. And he admitted that, it's been difficult. And he says he actually likes it when he does a home game rather than goes on the road because he has something to take his attention off every single nerve-wracking play. When he's on the road and doesn't have a job to do, he is, biting his nails the entire game. So it's been a tough spot for him over these years.
Yeah, but it's such a cool situation, and I was honored enough to be in the booth there with him and I recorded on my phone, and I still have that on my phone, recording Morgan Ahlers calling Holton's very first career touchdown at East Carolina. It was a special moment. I think about back to when I was in the booth with him during that moment. I was thinking to myself, I don't know how he's doing it. Because had that been my son or my daughter playing sports or, if that's, your son or your child down there, I just don't know how you keep the emotions out of it. He has done such a wonderful job all year of, doing this job but enjoying watching Holton play. And it's just I tell you what, it's a special story. It really is, and there's a reason why every time you turn on a ECU football game on an ESPN broadcast, it's mentioned. That, as the PA announcer, and son is the quarterback of the hometown football team. It's like a fairy tale. It really is. And I, to that extent, I'm just hoping that today is a very special day for both of them, and especially for Holton. I hope he has a huge day and just really torches this Houston defense.
And there's a lot of potential to do that, not just the way ECU's offense plays, but the way Houston's defense has been playing, Billy. And this is a team that had high expectations going into the year. And I've said that while East Carolina's kind of at a frustrating 6-4 with the way the games have gone, Houston has had a very disappointing 6-4 because they were thinking this would be a much better season. But the defense, one of the reasons they have not lived up to their expectations this year.
Yeah, Houston's defense, through way of graduation and by some season-ending injuries on that defensive side of the ball, they just haven't lived up to expectations. And that's, there's a reason there's such a high number on the over-under today for this football game is because, everybody's expecting the offenses to kind of take over the show today. And, there is some bright spots on that Houston defense. Their defensive line has played very well at times. So East Carolina, they're I know they want to run the football, but I think you got to spread Houston's defense out a little bit this afternoon and kind of pick and choose your spots. And if Holton can get into a rhythm and that offensive line can give him a little bit of time to get some guys out in space, awesome to see that Keaton Mitchell's going to be back, and CJ, of course. After that last game, it was a little touch and go. It was very nerve-wracking thinking that you might not have those guys. But it looks like they'll both be back in that offense, and that's going to be huge for East Carolina.
Let's get to the keys, Weave. Starting right there with that offense you were just talking about. What do you want to see? How do they exploit a struggling defense this afternoon at Dowdy Ficklen Stadium?
I think you spread them out. You show them a lot of different looks. That defense there's a lot of holes to be had in that defense. The short passing game over the middle for East Carolina, I really love. And like I said, if Holton gets into a rhythm and they can take care of the football, and that's going to be key in every game, is to take care of the football and make sure that you don't have any costly turnovers. And looking at Holton Ahlers, his numbers, I think 20 touchdowns just as opposed to just 5 interceptions this year. He's been able to protect the football and value the football, and I think if East Carolina can do that, they can move up and down the field on this Houston defense.
Defensively, taking on a veteran quarterback and some major weapons on that offensive side, Weave. So how about defensively for the Pirates? What do they need to do well to stop this Cougars attack today?
Well, creating some turnovers defensively as well, but like you said, they've got some really good offensive weapons. Their quarterback is a guy that can hurt you in 2 different phases, and the Tank kid, I can't remember his last name, the wide receiver that they have, is really good. He's kind of their C.J. Johnson. He's their go-to guy. So they'll throw it up top to him every so often and kind of test the defense. The ECU defense needs to get after the quarterback as well and just get a lot of pressure off the edges. And once again, like I said, creating turnovers. If you can get a couple turnovers on defense here at home at Dowdy Ficklen Stadium, man, it'll get this crowd getting into it. And, what that does is it gives extra possessions on offense. And in a game where you expect both offenses to put up some pretty decent numbers, anytime you get those extra possessions on offense is going to be crucial.
And we got to talk about it. Special teams.
No, we don't. No.
You want to just wrap it up here?
Yeah, I mean, it's been the Achilles heel of ECU football team all year, special teams. And you know what? It's not that there's not talent on this special teams unit. It's everybody working together, from the snapper to the holder to the kicker. And that's the thing, is this year more than any other year, I think fans that don't follow football as maybe as closely as we do and know the intricacies of the game are really seeing that it's the consummate, it's the teams. It's such a big team sport that everything has to go right on every play, because if one guy screws up, that's like the offensive line. You got 5 offensive linemen. If one of them misses a block, it's a blown play. It's the same in the kicking game. If the holder doesn't get the snap down, if the snap's not there, if it's late, if the laces aren't turned out, or if the kicker, is a step off, then everything goes downhill from there. So, like I said, there's the talent on this special teams unit to be able to get it done. They just need to put it together. They really do.
Billy Weaver joining us. You can hear him. He'll be to my left after the game on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. And we'll get out of here at a decent time tonight for the first time in like a month. We've had a lot of night games, so we'll have a nice afternoon, early evening edition of the fifth quarter coming up later today.
Yeah, that's going to be nice. And I've always preferred, and most people do, like the anywhere between the 2 and 3:30 range. 3:30 is actually perfect. And I think most people will agree with that. There's something special about night games, and they're fun, and the atmosphere is great, and everybody, of course, gets all liquored up before the game, and it gets really rowdy. But these games are awesome because, like you said, it gives you time to get out here, have a few hours of tailgating, and then get home at a decent time. And we're not home at 3 o'clock in the morning falling in bed. So it's going to be a fun one. I just hope tonight, and I hope it goes long tonight because we're talking about a win as opposed to a loss.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Weave, good stuff. Thanks for joining us, man. We'll see you after the game.
All right, see you guys.
All right, there is Billy Weaver joining us on the Pitt Electric Live line. A couple of touchdowns to report. Baylor puts another one on the board. They lead 14-7 over TCU, and UCF has just come out and gone right down the field. It took them a minute 35 to score a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to tie things up with Navy, 14 apiece on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck, and man, is it a doozy in Tuscaloosa as the Alabama Crimson Tide are on top of Austin Peay 7-0.
P. Austin P.
Austin Peay.
Let's go P. We don't say let's go pay. Let's go P.
Pay.
You should have said a doozy in Tuscaloosa.
It's a doozy in Tuscaloosa. 7-0.
Jan, I'm going to give that report a C-.
I always find a way to just make myself look like an absolute idiot. Each and every single week. And I thought to myself, now, I've heard it Austin Peay before, but I've also I thought I heard somebody say Austin Peay before.
Austin Peay.
And I said, which one do I do? Which one?
If I say P, they're going to make fun of me.
Yeah, if I say P, they're going to make fun of me. Maybe it's Pay. Just say it like you mean it and say it like you know what you're talking about. And I did, and I was an idiot. And I look like an idiot.
You know where?
I do it every single week. Yeah. I called a ECU basketball legend E-Roll Bing.
Yeah,
E-Roll.
You did.
Why do I do this to myself? Why do I have to be such an idiot?
You know what school has a great radio communications DJing school? Austin Peay.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Go in there, Clip.
Look at that brown looker.
Yeah, brown looker. Yeah.
Crazy.
So why do they spell it like that?
It's probably a man's name, Chandler, and he can't choose the spelling of his name.
God.
It's
I'm an idiot.
It's okay.
I mean, and I'm sorry, guys.
Uh-oh. We got a big pass play. 40, 30, 20, and run out of bounds at about the 12. TCU with a bomb.
Bryce Young sacked by Austin Peay.
Wait, is that now your game of the week? Austin Peay versus Alabama?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to be honest. There's not really that many good games, and y'all have got the best ones.
Yeah.
I don't want to like take one of y'all's.
Let me see if I can find one for you, Chandler.
Third down coming up for the Tide.
UMass and Texas A&M were tied at 3 early on. Pittsburgh Duke's 10-7. That's a pretty good game. How about this? Virginia Tech Liberty. Hokies up 14-7. Liberty was a 14-point favorite.
Okay, I was going to say 10 because that's what I heard. It got bumped to 14.
I think so.
Wow.
I believe so.
2-touchdown favorite.
I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. Our foe of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll check in when we return. 2 trips out to the stadium. We'll hear from Troy D just outside the stadium and Brian North, who is getting ready to cover Senior Day. We'll do that when we return. Hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate on the way after this.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holton Ahlers, and when it comes to getting your family together, there's no better place than Familia, which is Italian for family. Familia is the place I like to bring my football family, especially my offensive linemen. Whether it's great New York style pizzas, homemade meatballs, lasagna, chicken parmesan, or delicious homemade desserts, Familia is a winning play every time. For dine-in or takeout, make Familia your go-to play when you have a hungry team. Familia on Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College. Go Pirates!
Take a hit from a 300-pound linebacker, and you better be wearing pads. Take a hit on the road, and you better have good auto coverage. When you've got North Carolina Farm Bureau Auto Insurance, you've got the best local agents ready to help you bounce back. If you don't, well, you'll probably play football without a helmet, too. In Pitt County, call Carlton Venters or C.J. Messerly at 252-756-3007. North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina Incorporated. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, Shimmer Boutique is your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials. This is Holton Ahlers, and if you need a Yeti cooler, apparel, shoes, or accessories for the season, Shimmer has you covered. Shimmer Boutique is also the exclusive retailer in Greenville carrying the largest selection of built-in broken gear for adults and youth. Be ready for game day and every day at Shimmer Boutique on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville across from Lowe's. Go Pirates!
Love is finding the internet of your dreams from MetroNet. Get ready for fast, reliable, 100% fiber speeds with unlimited data so you can stream, study, surf, and game on all your devices simultaneously. No lag times or buffering. MetroNet offers student deals. Get 100 megabit internet for just $39.95 a month. Switch today at metronet.com/switch. MetroNet. Love your internet.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. UniversitySportswearENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, UniversitySportswearENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit UniversitySportswearENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. UniversitySportswearENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
This is Braxton Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. If you're looking to purchase a home, it is still a great time, and being pre-qualified before you begin shopping is an advantage. At Angel Oak, we offer a wide variety of programs ranging from conventional, government, and portfolio loans that can fit most financial situations. To get started, contact our experienced team of Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, Wanda Hager, or myself, Braxton Green, at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. And clip a quick Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard update brought to you by the Buck.
The Buck.
Thank you. Navy forces a fumble, and Navy recovers, and they are now on the UCF 35-yard line. So, the score's still tied, though, 14 apiece with 9:50 to go in the third quarter.
All right, tie game there. Tie game in Waco as TCU answers. It is 14-14 as they are going back and forth. Baylor and the TCU Horned Frogs. Right now, Texas Christian fourth in the college football playoff poll, undefeated at 10-0. And they got Iowa State next week. They got a Big 12 championship after that. If they can win today, win those, they will be in the college football playoff, but long way to go. And that one in Waco will keep you up to date with all the scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
All right, let's head out to the Pit Electric Live line, get our final tailgate check-in of the year. Troy D joining us. Troy, how you doing out there?
Damn, Cliff, you're going to get me all choked up here. I knew it was going to end eventually, but I had no idea that it would happen this quick. What a season it has been. 20 years in the books for Pirate Radio, for the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, for the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter. It all comes to a conclusion, at least for the tailgating side of things, for here in Greenville for home games today. Of course, we got still another game to go and bowl game to go, but man, this is what a way to go out. Things started a little slow, Ellerby, but man, the last 2 hours have been absolutely fantastic, and what a great way to finish off the season here.
Yeah, there's an awesome vibe right now at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone, and I hope that translates inside the stadium here in the next hour or so, especially as fans are going to start filing in for Senior Day. Just what a special day, what a beautiful day in Greenville, North Carolina. I mean, 55, 60 degrees out here, hoodie weather, just hanging out with friends and family, having a great time. I mean, if you're on the fence right now riding around, come on out at Dowdy Ficklen Stadium and get out here. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And, you know, I thought about it earlier today, what makes East Carolina so special. It's not buildings. It's not a stadium. It's not the city. It's the people. It's the people of East Carolina University that support this program, alumni, the students, the friends of the program. It's such great people out here, and that's why I love these tailgates, because it's a chance to reconnect with so many folks that sometimes you haven't seen in years. We've had so many reunions today that have just been impromptu that we weren't even expecting. And that's what makes this place so special, is the connections and the bonds you have and the relationships that last throughout the years, that the one common denominator we all share is East Carolina University.
Yeah, I've seen a handful of people that are here for their first game today, which is just unbelievable. Alums that just hadn't had a chance to make it back, and it's been really cool. And I say it all the time. There's two things East Carolina really needs to be good at: being fun and relevant. And being fun is all about having a great tailgate, seeing friends and family that you hadn't seen in a while, going in the stadium and enjoying the vibe, and being relevant, because when you walk in the stadium and they scan your ticket, hoping between a 1% chance and a 100% chance that you think the Pirates are going to win today. And I believe in both. All that's happening today. It's been fun out here at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone, and I think when they scan our ticket, when we walk in the stadium, Troy D., there's going to be a high percentage chance that the Pirates are going to walk away winners today.
Hard to believe 20 years ago we started one little AM radio station. A lot of people thought we were crazy, would never make it. 20 years later, multimedia company, Voice of the Pirate Nation, and the dominant force when it covers ECU athletics on the media side. It's been a great ride, and we hope to be here for a lot longer.
Yeah, hope to do it again in September next year, but enjoying the moment right now, and just really looking forward to seeing the Pirates play today. And thanks to all the advertisers, listeners, and, of course, our great staff back at the studio and around the stadium today that help make all this possible. This is what it's all about.
Well said. It takes a village to pull this off, and we've got the best people behind the scenes, on the air, and supporters and advertisers around to make it happen. So thank you to everybody that's a part of the Pirate Radio family. We couldn't do it without you. Clint, that's going to wrap it up. Final report from the tailgate zone for 2022. Cue the Old Lang Syne music, because I'm about to shed a tear. It's always a sad one to sign off for the final time, but look forward to hearing you guys in the fifth quarter.
All right, Troy D, thank you. We got more show to go. We can't just shut it down and play Old Lang Syne right now. We got more guests to get to, including moving along on the Pitt Electric Live line. Joining us live from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, getting ready to cover the Senior Day festivities, is Brian North, who joins us on the Pitt Electric Live line. North, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing good. Just waddling around out here, taking in the environment, checking people out, seeing a lot of coaches, a lot of recruits on the sidelines, and ready for a fun, nostalgic day.
Brian, you are a liar. I was told yesterday by you that you would be busting out the long pants for the first time in 2022, and then I saw a picture somebody had tagged you in on Facebook, and it said the only guy out here in shorts tonight, Brian North, covering football games. So did you really go shorts last night, Brian?
Yeah, well, I tried to find some long pants that fit, and I couldn't find none. It was
so not by design, but you had to go shorts last night.
You know, you keep seeing these pictures, and you're like, who is that guy? What the heck happened to him? And so, you know, the diet will start soon. But in the meantime, yep, shorts again today until I can find the long pants that fit.
I like it. Go shorts as long as you can. Well, Brian, emotional time about to come up here. And, folks, if you're tuned in from your tailgate, go ahead and start to head to your seat so you can be there at 1:30 to see the Senior Day festivities. And, Brian, you're out there getting ready to cover all those festivities.
Yeah, really excited about it. And for me, it's always neat to see the families and the emotion that goes with it. Guys that I've been covering, not only Holton Ahlers, who we've been covering since Little League days, but you're talking Chandre Mims, a guy who just came over for one season but has been very effective and has multiple sacks along that defensive line and got to play with his brother this year. That was a lifelong dream for them, and so that culminates for him. You got a guy, Aaron Jarman, who, I may have had a really small part in helping him transfer here from Temple, and now he's wrapping up his career. He's been such an effective blocker and a good friend of Holton Ahlers, and so the list goes on and on, but I really love it when our area guys, we get to see them culminate their careers here, getting degrees. Then you're seeing guys who are coming back who remember that time and who had their degrees and are using them into effect now. And very few guys actually go play in the NFL. So this is really the end of their football experience. And so it's always emotional to see that. And then we always see the underclassmen have to step up because the upperclassmen tend to have that emotional baggage that they're carrying around the field and have trouble playing effectively. It's always the underclassmen who seem to be the ones who carry the day.
Yeah, and then you've got to kind of cut all that off and get ready for a football game after the everything, all the emotions, and hopefully those underclassmen can pick up the veterans, the seniors that are having some emotions going into the game, and you're facing a good football team. It's not, you try to schedule an easy one on homecoming if you can, or maybe a season opener. You'd love an easy one on senior day to just have a fun day at the office, but not necessarily the case. Going to have a hungry Houston team in here today.
No, they still have a lot to play for as well, and so sure. And they'd love nothing. There's nothing more fun than when you ruin someone's homecoming or senior day. And I'm sure Houston is going to come out here, play loose. They're going to try and put up a ton of points. They can't stop anybody, but they're going to try and take advantage of maybe ECU being too hyped up for their seniors. But look, I'm real curious to find out what ECU does with Mason Garcia. Maybe they get him in early because maybe he'll play with a calmness and help Holton Ahlers calm down a little bit. And I'm looking forward to some of the younger guys really, trying to step up and win for the seniors, but really taking advantage of the situation being presented to them today. I think it's going to be a fun game, right? I think once you get through that first quarter, people will settle down and get into it because there's going to be a ton of points scored in this one.
No doubt, and you just hope that Keaton Mitchell, C.J. Johnson are 100% ready to go. Kind of leaning towards that, Brian. They were, I know, at practice the other day with the red non-contact jerseys, but if Keaton's been cleared and if C.J. was cleared from major injury after what happened to him the last play last week, I would think those guys are fully stocked and ready today.
Just saw CJ out on the field. He actually came over. I was hanging out with Brian Pascal, his former coach at D.H. Conley, and came over, said he's ready to go and feels good. So we expect to see number 5 out there being effective today.
All right, good to hear. Brian North joining us. Brian, we'll let you get to work. Thanks for joining us. Great report, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good, Clipper.
All right, there is Brian North, WCTI 12, joining us on the Pitt Electric Live line. Phil has chimed in on Twitter and says UH has the heaters on the sidelines. He took a picture of it, so Houston's brought the heaters in. And I'm wondering, again, didn't seem like a huge factor when Chandler and I and others are out there at the UCF game having a good time, hooting and hollering. and UCF has heaters on the sideline.
62 degrees.
Yeah, and
today's going to be Could you, what would UCF do today?
Yeah.
If they were traveling to Greenville today?
They'd freeze their buns off.
Gosh.
So I'm wondering, Houston, Texas, them boys are used to some hot weather.
Yeah.
Maybe a cool one for them. See how they
chilly.
See how they play it today at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. All right, a couple other notes. Troy mentioned earlier, Kenny Curling's out there at every single tailgate, every single game. He says on Facebook, this will be the first home game he has missed since November 11th, 2000.
That's crazy.
And by the way, the score that day, 62-20, ECU won.
Oh!
And guess who they beat?
Houston. What is he doing with his life?
Who?
Mike.
Mike who?
Houston.
Now, how many years did he say? It's the first time in how many years?
Yeah, it's been since November 11th, 2000. 22 years, Shirley.
I have missed one game day in 20 years. One.
We're talking streaks, folks. We're talking streaks.
Well, I mean, yeah.
The Kenny Curling's flu game coming up today for East Carolina. They're talking about it in the locker room.
It's like the Jordan flu game.
They're talking about it right now in the locker room. Kenny also said, Chandler, first Robert said the idiot specialist.
Yes, I know.
Kenny said, Chandler Honeycutt, you're no idiot. You just misspeak sometimes.
Thank you, buddy.
You do a great job at Pirate Radio.
Thanks, Kenny. Man, I hope you feel better, buddy.
You just misspeak sometimes.
I misspeak a lot. Quite a bit.
I guess since you're a male, we'll call you Mr. Speak. If you were a woman, you'd be Misspeak.
Oh. I'm going to get on YouTube and just do a lot of mispronunciations and call me Mr. Speak.
Mr. Speak.
Stop disrespecting me, bro.
Sorry, Penny. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. Baylor fails to convert on fourth down, so now TCU just moved into Baylor territory. They're going to have it 1st and 10 inside the 40 as they play 14-14 with 2:30 left to go in the first half. Good one there. Navy got a field goal on that fumble. UCF just punted, so Navy has it up 17-14 about midway through the third quarter. So
that game has got some big implications for UCF. If they win today, Houston loses, then they have punched their ticket to the the AAC championship game.
So UCF can clinch.
Yes.
So that would make it Tulane UCF. So that would bounce out Cincinnati if all those things happen that we just mentioned. All right, let's take a break. Come back. Big third down coming up for TCU. Navy has it first down. We'll keep an eye on everything on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard as we roll on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
Jeff Stein, our special guest from Brown & Wood. Hey, Jeff, electric cars are coming. What's that mean for Brown & Wood customers?
For the customers, like it or not, EV is coming. We've installed 5 electric vehicle chargers here at the dealership. We have the all-new Cadillac Lyriq coming at 1st of 2024, and we've just seen the first reservation for the new Sierra EV.
People are interested in electric vehicles. How can they get up with you?
They can visit us at brownandwood.net or 329 Southwest Greenville Boulevard. Brown & Wood, 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 rooftops, and 1 goal. To make sure you leave a happy customer.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
Temperatures are in the low 30s at 10 a.m., increasing sharply to 75 degrees by 1 p.m., and then dropping into the teens by 10 p.m. So before you go to work, put on some gloves, pack some shorts, and a parka. That should cover you for the day.
Your heating and cooling take a beating. Guarantee your system is ready when you need it. Call Delcor. Buy a new train system and make no payments until 2023. It's hard to stop a train. With inflation and high gas prices, you don't need another payment. So buy this month and make no payments until 2023. Delcor, the service professionals.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Bonner Latham, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
With over 30 locations across North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, Quality Equipment is your local John Deere dealer, where you'll find everything you need for your next project. Our complete lineup of John Deere lawn and garden, agricultural, and commercial worksite equipment comes with years of experience, expertise, and dedication. We know what it takes to get it done right. Stop by today or visit us online at QualityEquip.com.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers in Greenville, plus the all-new Tiebreakers in Winterville, do real burgers better than anybody. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, real burgers at its best. Everybody loves burgers.
This is Miles Berry, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, the game we're watching, Navy is clinging to a 3-point lead over UCF in the third quarter. And as we mentioned before, UCF can punch their ticket to the AAC championship game if they win this game and Houston loses today. Alabama leads Austin Peay 14-0. It's Pittsburgh 13, Duke 7, Mississippi State all over East Tennessee State 35-0 in the first half. Vanderbilt leads Florida 14-6 in the second quarter. Michigan leads Illinois 7-3 in the second. It's Michigan State 17, Indiana 7. Purdue has a 14-3 lead over Northwestern in the second quarter. It's Baylor and TCU tied at 14. UConn leads Army 10-7. It's Florida State 28, Louisiana 0 in the second quarter. Nebraska leads Wisconsin 7-0. Virginia Tech has a 3-point lead over Liberty in the second quarter. 17-14 is that score. Texas A&M has a 10-3 lead over UMass in the first half, and Rice trails Texas San Antonio 7-0 in the first quarter. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, two really surprising teams from this year. You just mentioned UConn with the lead today. They're 6-5. They're looking for win number 7.
Jim Moore
on the year this year. Jim Moore Jr. Yeah, good call.
Junior.
And what's the Duke score? Did you mention that, Shirley?
Yeah, 10-7. Well, no, let me
Pittsburgh in the lead?
I believe it's correction. Duke just scored, so it's 14-13 Duke.
All right, so Duke 7-3, looking to get to 8-3. Nobody, and I mean nobody, had that going into the year. So UConn up, Duke up, Kansas, winning some games this year. So some traditionally teams in the basement playing well. And, hey, nice to see the Pirates going back to a bowl as well. They have been in the basement the last 4 or 5 years, other than last year. So good to see these teams on the rise. Baylor trying to drive here late in the first half. They got it around midfield, I believe. It's 14-14, 47 seconds left to go. They're going to have it 2nd and 10. And if they will zoom the camera out, I can tell you that they are at their own 46-yard line. So see if they can get a score before the half. UCF has it 4th down at the Navy 40. So they'll probably punt here, 4th and 13 on the 40. We shall see. Shirley, are you ahead or behind me? On your what's happening on your Navy screen right now?
Right now, UCF just punted. Okay. Navy received. So
I'm a little behind you on my
just
score app here. All right, let's hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick as he went one-on-one with the voice, Jeff Charles, as they spoke earlier this week talking about this Houston defense that, has really had a lot of trouble stopping anybody. And you'll hear it. They got some talent. Can they put it together on this particular Saturday? We hope not, because they have been struggling on that defensive side. Let's hear what Donnie Kirkpatrick had to say with Jeff Charles earlier this week.
A visit now with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. And, Coach, let's talk about this Houston defense first off. I know they have an excellent defensive coordinator. They are giving up some points, but when you think about a Houston defense, you always think about athleticism and speed. Is that the case again this year?
Yeah, it is. They still have great personnel. Now, they've had some injuries. They've had some inconsistency, I think, because of that. And it's been different guys. They did lose one of their best defensive linemen for the year after the first couple of games. But, they still have outstanding personnel. They're super aggressive. They're strong. They run well. They've just been the victim of some big plays. They've been the victim of some poor field position. Their offense has turned it over quite a bit, kind of put them in some bad situations. So we have a great deal of respect for this team, and we got to get going. We're going to have to go out there and move the ball, and we're going to score a lot of points, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right, Coach. Scheme-wise, what do you expect to see?
Well, they run a very simple. Overall, not saying that in a negative way, because they're just good personnel. So they play a lot of 4 down. They do sub out into some 3 down package like everybody's doing now. They've got some bare fronts, a lot of man coverage, quarters if it's not man coverage. It's not a great big blitz type team because they don't have to blitz usually. So what we're going to do is just get in there, not turn it over. Okay, keep consistent, move the ball. We'll have to play real physical this week because they really do play physical.
Coach Houston said in his press conference on Tuesday he thought that the offensive line had its best game of the year. Coach, would you agree with that?
Last week showed, I think, as disappointing as the loss is, not to revisit that, but it did show the growth because we have not been able to go toe-to-toe with those type teams in the past years up front. That's been the big difference, and this time we were able to do that. We had a plan. I think the plan was the right plan. To go in there and not take sacks, not take lost yardage plays, not to turn it over, okay, to do those things. We actually did that. Unfortunately, we still came up a little bit short, but I think up front we did show the growth.
We've talked about the Iron Man 5 up front, Coach, with your football team this year in the offensive line. Parker Moore, I know, has played quite a bit, and Ben Johnson gets in there every now and then. But these guys, they have done a great job, and I tell you what, they've not had a whole lot of relief, have they?
No, and that was probably the open date. Probably came at a good time there for that, but now we got to finish here strong with these last couple of games. But it has been the 5 that have played most of the time, with Parker in there being the 6th guy and then being a little bit in the 7th. Just unfortunately, losing Bailey Malkovic and some things like that made us a little bit shorter. I think we could have done it with 8, and Ben's a first-year guy, so he hasn't gotten to play much as probably he would have liked to, or we would have liked for him to play. Hopefully that'll come here in the future, though.
Coach, it is senior day, and that means this will be Holton Ahlers' last game at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, Bagwell Field here in Greenville. When Coach Houston talked about him at his press conference on Tuesday, he got very emotional about it. I know how much Holton means to Coach Houston. What does Holton mean to Donnie Kirkpatrick?
Well, I don't even know if I could put it into words, and I'd promised myself and him both, I'm not going to let this happen, because this is not the last game, so we're not going to treat it like it's the last game. But it is a big deal for a hometown kid that grew up coming to games here, and this was his dream, and few of us get to live out our dream. We're two of them that are doing it, so we're very, very, very blessed to get to do that. So I know what this means. I know what he means to this town. I know that the things that the people know what he's done and how much he loves this university. I know that he would have a true dream of playing his greatest game, our team playing its greatest game, to be able to walk off that, off that field in that stadium, his last one, with that victory, because he's all team. He would care less if he threw for 1 yard. If we could win the game, he'd be the happiest player out there.
Coach, how about Keaton Mitchell and C.J. Johnson? They both, of course, were injured in the game last week with Cincinnati. How are they for the game this week?
Well, it was a very bad situation there. We were very scary. The doctors did a great job. Our medical team, Cincinnati's medical team, came through for us as well. They both have recovered. It was not as serious as we had feared at one time. They've been a little bit slow at practice this week. We've had to take care of them, but we're expecting both of them to play.
Coach, it's amazing the freshman season that Marlon Gunn Jr. is having, and, of course, he had to step up in the Cincinnati game and play because Keaton, of course, was out. But this freshman really has a lot of promise, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. We're really high on Marlon, and he's earned it. He's done it the tough way, and he's been ready. And that's the thing for a backup. Sometimes that's the hardest thing is that you don't know when you're going in. You don't know how long you're going to get to stay in. He's gotten a couple of opportunities. He surely made the best of it.
Talk about opportunities now that there are 3 games left, the 2 regular season games, and, of course, a bowl game. Now is the opportunity, I guess, for Mason Garcia to get on the field and get some reps. So, Coach, how do you feel about Mason playing here the tail end of the season?
Well, we're sure going to try to get him in all 3 games. We were able to save his redshirt year, which is what he had requested and he asked us to do, and we said we would do it if we could. Obviously, we always put the team first and then put the player second, and we're able to get through without having to play. So now we're hoping to work him in there in some different situations. The ideal situation would be to get way ahead in these games and get to let him have the whole second half or the fourth quarter. We're probably not expecting that to happen, so we're going to try to work him in some other situations, though.
Coach, how about the offense this week? What do you need to do to move the ball and score some points against this Houston defense?
Well, we're going to have to pass protect really well because they have a good rush up front, and, we need to be able to throw the ball on them. They're very hard to run the ball on. They really play the run hard, so it's going to be another big challenge for us up front. The receivers are going to get a lot of one-on-one coverage. They're going to have to go beat their guys.
That's ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
All right, Donnie K with the voice Jeff Charles there. Quick update on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Bad interception in the end zone, pass thrown by the Baylor quarterback, picked off, and TCU and Baylor go to the locker room tied at 14 apiece. Another 4th down for UCF, and I guess they're going to punt it away again to Navy. It is Navy 17, UCF 14. And something to keep an eye on, this will probably get out of hand at some point, but Michigan only leading Illinois 7-3, 1:22 left to go in the second quarter. Obviously, this would send shockwaves throughout the college football playoff talk if Michigan is to lose, but they do have a 7-3 lead over Illinois. All right, heard some talk about Holton Ahlers there. Let's hear from Holton Ahlers now as he talked to Jeff Charles earlier this week.
Visit now with Holton Ahlers, and Holton, it's been a long journey here for you. Let's try and put it in perspective if we can. Has the time gone quickly? Has it seemed like you've been around here forever? I mean, how do you feel going into this last game?
Yeah, a little bit of both. It definitely has seemed like I've been here forever. I mean, this has kind of turned into my life, and living in a house with my teammates and, turning kind of into a man. You come in at 17 years old, and now I'm 23, and have kind of been battle tested for life, through the ups and the downs here. And then there's other part where it seems like it flew by. Like it seems like I was in my first start. I was in my first day here in spring ball. So it's all been, crazy. It's been, a dream come true for me. And I'm just, blessed to be at this university that I'm at.
I have tremendous respect for you, Holton, the way you have handled yourself in a first-class manner since you stepped on this campus, and I know it hasn't always been easy for you. You've been in the spotlight. You're the Greenville guy who came in here to resurrect the program, if you will, and it hasn't always been a day at the beach for you. And I'll tell you what, you have handled criticism a lot better at your age than I could have ever done that. So I wanted to ask you, how have you been able to get through some of the criticism that you have taken, some of the ups and downs that you've gone through here? How have you been able to handle all that?
Yeah, just through it all, it's not wavering in who I am, who I was raised to be, and the people that I've had around me have been, unbelievable at raising me the right way and then sticking by my side too with the family and the friends that I have, and there's just faith in this place. I'm getting interviewed right now looking over Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. How can you not love this place? And there was times when I was out there playing, and I probably shouldn't have been out there playing, with the body and, hurting and all that. But, losing hurts worse, and seeing this place not the way that it should be hurts worse than any pain that I could ever felt on that field. So just to be where we're at now, I'm bowl eligible for 2 years in a row. It's definitely a dream come true for me to turn this program around. And just obviously we wish we could have won a conference championship this year, but, not everything always turns out the way that it's supposed to, but there's certainly conference championships on the horizon for this team and for this program. So for me, just sticking to who I am and my faith, and keeping my head down, knowing that, if I just keep working hard, that I can change this place, and that, the guys that were with me can change this place.
Well, you've changed the place. There's no doubt about that, Holton. Let's talk about the game Saturday, because that's the next one. Houston comes to town. When you think of Houston, I always think about athleticism and guys with speed who can run and can do a lot of things both offensively and defensively. So what do you see with them on their defense this year?
Absolutely that. You pretty much just nailed it right on the head there. They're super athletic, one of the more talented teams in our conference. So we're going to have to play our A game to go out there and win. It's going to be a good game.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Still 2 games to go and then a bowl game. So you've got 3 more games to play. So there's still a lot of football to play, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. It starts obviously with this week and winning this week and have a good week of practice. So I'm just super excited, for the opportunity that we have to finish out the season the way that we want to finish it, and, hopefully get to 9 wins this year.
That's Holton Ahlers.
All right, Holton Ahlers there. And for you Jersey folks out there, not the state of New Jersey, but uniform folks, they are wearing the beauties again, the modern throwbacks, and something about the stripes, man, just gets me going. Something about those stripes gives me a little pep in the step, a little sauce in the tank, a little juice in the cup,
yeah.
a little
jolt,
little jolt. Yeah. So love it, and man, they look fresh out there. Also, went white helmets with those last time around, going purple this time.
Yes.
So
purple and yellow breeches.
We call them gold, but they are certainly yellow. They are not gold at all, Chandler. So you said it correctly. But I like them. I like the look. A lot of Shane Carden love right now. Shane and his boys.
Boyd's out there, struck.
Been too long. You're still old teammates, man. Got a beautiful day. 2 o'clock game. If you're not here, then you're not a fan. Take off your ECU stuff. Stop wearing it.
Kenny Curling's, you're not a fan.
If you're not here, you're not a fan.
Sorry, Kenny.
Shane Carden there with Rocco, JT Boyd, CJ Struck.
I was trying to think if that was Rocco. Yeah.
Pretty positive it is. I don't know who else it could be.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Rocco.
Been too long.
Oh, yeah. That's Rocco.
That's Rocco Scarfone.
So that's cool to have those guys in town today for this game.
ECU football Twitter account posted a picture of him flexing and showing the awesome tattoo, as a lot of Pirate fans know about. And he's also donning the Pirate Radio kickoff party shirt in that picture.
Well, good thing he came by yesterday. I guess he didn't pack any clothes, so he gets a shirt to wear to the game. Looking fresh in the Pirate Radio football kickoff party shirt. All right, let's take a break. Navy has 4th and not even inches, an inch coming up. They just called a timeout. Looks like they will go for it. 11:54 left to go, and they have a 3-point lead over UCF. So we'll keep an eye on that one and more on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. When we return, we'll hear from Blake Harrell and some Pirates senior defensive players. We also got to make our fantasy picks. Who do y'all think won fantasy last week?
Did I take Keaton?
Yeah.
I guess me. No. C.J. Johnson probably.
C.J. Johnson and Shirley Rhodes in the winner's circle.
Yep.
So Shirley will be first on the board and probably take CJ, and then Chandler will take Keaton, and I'll take Isaiah Winstead. Spoiler alert. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll switch it up this week. We'll see. We'll see. Take a timeout. More to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats, cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're giving everyone one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data this holiday season. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month. That's more than a great deal. That's locally grown connection from U.S. Cellular. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Don't stress this holiday season. Give the gift of beauty. A gift certificate from Beauty Bar Medi Spa will not only bring a smile to that special someone, it will smooth wrinkles, tighten skin, erase veins and brown spots, and get rid of unwanted hair. Visit the professionals at Beauty Bar Medi Spa in Greenville. Available now. Gift certificate specials for her or him. And BOGO stocking stuffers. You save and they glow. Visit us at beautybarmedispa.com. Go Pirates.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Greenville Utilities electric customers will soon be able to receive text notifications in the event of power outages. Enrollment is automatic, so make sure GUC has your cell phone number by signing into your account at GUC.com, then update the information in your user profile. Want to talk with someone instead? Call 252-752-7166 during business hours. 252-752-7166. Update us so we can update you. Visit GUC.com for more information.
Do you have an old injury or some pain that's been holding you back all year? It's time for you to get better. With Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we can help you get your life back. Whether you need to get back to a sport, back in the gym, or just back to enjoying life, our team of specialists use a one-on-one, hands-on approach in our state-of-the-art facility to get you back moving again. Don't settle for where you are. Don't stay in pain. Visit kptonline.com today to see how Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness can help you live well, move more, and hurt less.
Your vehicle is a big part of your life. That's why you should trust the team at Greenville Auto World for all your vehicle needs. Greenville Auto World believes in fair prices, superior service, and treating customers right. Visit greenvilleautoworld.net to see their fully stocked inventory of SUVs, trucks, and cars. Need a lift kit, custom rims, or wheels? Greenville Auto World can upgrade your vehicle today. For sales or service, visit Greenville Auto World on Highway 43 in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Well, you can listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts. SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Back with you, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Shirley Rhodes, the man of Chandler Honeycutt. Clip Rock here. Chandler, you wear a lot of hats around here, as we've talked about. You don't by chance run the Boneyard podcast Twitter account, do you? Okay, all right. Just wondered. Just saw the Boneyard podcast. They have a great picture of the seniors.
That's something I would do, though. that is so something I would do.
Great picture of the seniors. And it says, the seniors. These guys have been detrimental to changing the program around.
They've been harmful.
Grab your thesaurus. Because I don't know.
Instrumental.
I don't, unless they're saying these guys have, like, been awful at changing the program. Like, they stink. But I know what they're trying to say, but words are important.
Detrimental, tending to cause harm. Here's an example of it in a sentence.
Yeah.
Moving her could have a detrimental effect on her health. Moving her could have a detrimental effect on her health.
I'm hoping that, well, first of all, Twitter now has an edit feature. Is it on Twitter?
Yes.
Okay, so Twitter has an edit feature now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You have you have 30 minutes to edit though.
Yeah,
and
you only.
And if you don't, the
and then you
tweet
and then you
explodes.
can't. Yeah, and then your phone explodes. Every electronic device you have in your house will detonate.
If I make a mistake, I just try to quickly delete it before somebody roasts me about it. But you know, it's the way it goes. All right, so there is that. I feel like this show has been detrimental to Pirate football all year long, and by that I mean it's been awesome. We've done a great job. All right, Navy is going to do what here on 4th and 7? Take a delay game, call a timeout? Nope, they're going to take the delay game and punt. So UCF is going to have it backed up in their own territory. 9 minutes left to go, down 17-14 on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard.
Presented by
Da Buck.
Da Buck.
All right.
I might make my way out to the Buck tonight.
Okay.
And cut a rug.
Go ahead, big boy. Do your thing.
I can't.
You
sorry. I didn't mean to say that out loud. I was thinking it in my head.
You sound like Debbie Downer, the SNL character.
Wah, wah. No. No.
Okay.
Yeah, in a skit, she does say that she can't
And then
have
Jimmy
children.
Fallon loses his
it.
crap.
Yeah, he breaks character.
Is it Lindsay Lohan who's the I think she's the guest when they're at like the Disney World Park, and
Yes.
she can't stop laughing the entire time.
Yeah, the best ones are the ones that there's one with Sean Hayes and Jimmy Fallon, and Will Ferrell comes out, and they're in a clothing, like a high-end retail store, and I guess Will Ferrell is playing a character of like the fashionista, the owner or whatever. He comes out and he says, "Hold on a second, my phone's ringing," and he brings out like this miniature phone,
the tiniest little phone.
and Jimmy and Sean lose it completely because it's very evident they didn't know he was going to do that.
That is really funny.
Yeah.
That picture.
But no, softball Shirley's going to be in action tomorrow, and I have an early ball game, so I have to get some rest.
You mentioned the word fashion, Shirley.
Why, yes.
Where did I just see this at? Maybe it was Twitter. Oh, Drew says, amazing sweater jacket game today, team. Looking good. And I looked around the room. We do look like the East Carolina, like the UBE fall winter catalog.
That is true.
I got a hoodie on. Shirley has kind of, I guess, like a Billy Godwin old school pirate coat.
Yes, this is actually my best friend's dad, who unfortunately passed away several years ago. He was a big ECU baseball fan, and so he bought this jacket, and he would wear it to every game.
It looks kind of early 2000s.
Yes,
to me.
it's got the old school script on it, and so when he passed, it was given to me, and so I wear it, and it's kind of chilly in this building, so and I'm cold-natured, so I get cold pretty easy.
Chandler's kind of got like the golf mully collection-ish.
I don't know about that.
but it looks good.
I do have what I have on is a yellow or gold polo that with the ECU branded on the
Is that kind
left
of like
chest.
a golf shirt?
Yes, and
Okay.
I actually got that from UBE, and then I have this quarter sip.
All right, let's get to
And
it.
I like to call this. I like to call this the Skip Holtz hat.
He's wearing the Skip hat from that
Skip
era.
Holtz
Oh,
hat.
yeah.
So
I
that's
used to
what I'm
have one of
East
those.
Carolina football.
I've got khaki slacks and.
All right, okay, all right, we got it.
And yesterday I wore pizza socks. Get that! I wore pizza socks. Socks with pizzas on them.
You know what's happening to my socks as we speak? They're sliding down my feet.
Actually, hey, and you can attest to this, Shirley. I've got church socks on.
All right, we got to get back to this. What are we all doing?
Now, I will
I've
tell
got
you,
church
UBE has got, you know those, oh gosh, what do they call them? The pullovers? They say East Carolina on the front. The old school pullovers. They've got, those are back, and I want one.
Everybody driving's pulling over right now, wondering what the heck we're talking about.
Let's go to Blake Harrell.
You brought it up.
I did.
You did.
And you know what? It's on me.
Yeah, it's your damn fault.
Because when you point the finger,
It points right back to you.
No, it doesn't. There's
When you
three
have-
pointing at you.
There's
back to you.
three pointing right back at you.
Yep, and that's what's happening right now.
Of course, I screwed that up. I screwed it up. I'm an idiot.
Well, Taylor points with a hook. So it's pointing back at him.
Well, technically, you're not supposed to point
right
at a
back at
camera.
Why is
You know,
that?
they teach you not to point. On television, they teach you if you're going to use your hands, don't point. If you watch, if someone is pointing or extending their arms out, they will not point to the camera. It will be like this, like with your thumb like this, or kind of like a hook motion, or your hands come out like this, but they will not specifically point.
Okay.
It is a lesson they teach you on television. You're not supposed to do that.
Lesson learned. Thank you, Professor Rhodes. All right, let's hear from Blake Harrell. He went one-on-one with Jeff Charles.
Well, visit now with ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. And, Coach, let's talk about this Houston offense and Clayton Tune. Coach Houston said in his press conference on Tuesday that Tune is the best quarterback in this league. And this offense, as we all know, they can get up and down the field and score points. So tell us a little bit about Clayton Tune and also the weapons he has around him.
Yeah, traditionally, Houston offense has been really, really good, and no exception this year. They're doing a fabulous job putting up points. I think over the last 4 games, running 45 points or so, and over 400 yards, and just you saw them score 63 against SMU. Had another big week last week, and I think it all starts with Clayton Tune and out wide with Nathaniel Dale. So those are the two guys that you need to know about. Tune's been there for a while, doing a really good job, and Nathaniel Dale, I think, is one of the better receivers in the conference.
And, Coach, how about the running game?
Running game, you think air raid, spread, football team, but they still run the football. I mean, they average 150 yards on the ground. And they got some tailbacks back there, Snead, whether it's Henry, and then also Clayton Tune will take off and be part of the run game too. So whether it's quarterback counter, quarterback draw, design run game, or just him with the scramble. So they're very balanced.
Coach Houston also said in his press conference on Tuesday he thought that the offensive line and the defensive line had their best games of the year, and we all know the physical brand of football that Cincinnati plays. And, Coach, talk about your D-line and how you feel like they matched up last week.
Well, I think anytime you can hold Cincinnati to 66 yards rushing, that's pretty impressive, and it starts up front with our D-line, just being able to take on double teams and knock guys back and get penetration in the run game. Had 2 early on sacks, a sack for a safety, and that was huge, setting the momentum for the game early. So just really proud of those guys up front and the way they're playing, the physicality, and just buying into what we want to do.
Yeah, no doubt about that. They're playing some great football, no question. Coach, how about the pass defense for your football team coming up in this game? Because, as we all know, Houston can throw it around. And how about the matchups there?
Yeah, you got a game plan there, pass game up, and, obviously figure out where you want to roll your coverage or who you want to double or who you want to pay extra attention to or when's the right time to bring pressure. So you got to mix those things up, especially with an experienced quarterback and a really good, strong passing game. So we got to, help guys that may need a little extra help in the secondary with hey, if Dale's over there, we'll give him a little extra attention. Or, in certain situations, we want to bring some pressure.
We've talked about Julius Wood on a number of occasions this year, Coach. He goes back to his home state of Ohio last week at Cincinnati and has a terrific game. He had 10 tackles all over the field. Boy, he's been a really good player this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, love that young man. He does a really good job for us, and just the way he comes to work every day and practices every day and just sets the tempo for our defense is really special. Just really excited about his future.
Coach, how about Deontay Johnson, big guy up front for you? He seems like he's playing better every week, too.
Big Tay, we call him. He the first play of the second half last week, the second half played really well. I think they had under 100 yards of total offense and held them to a field goal. And I think he started that half off with a big tackle for a loss and kind of set the tempo defensively and got us going. So he's just kind of one of the heartbeats of our defense.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Coach, what's it going to take to slow down this Houston offense? I don't know if you can totally stop them, but you need to slow them down. What will it take?
Yeah, make them earn it. I mean, that's the big thing. You don't give up the big explosive play to them. You see that in the SMU game. You see that last week in Temple, last play of the game. Is if you get that big explosive game, big explosive play, they're gonna put it in the box and put points on the board. But if you can make them earn it down the field, stay on top, you got a chance. I think we got to change things up for Tune. We were able to do that last year. I think we held them to 250 total yards last year. But if we can do that and make some confusion, make some indecision on his part, and have a chance to get to him, I think that'll help us.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
All right, Blake Harrell with the voice, Jeff Charles there. Let's take a timeout, come back, and we will have our fantasy picks and get ready to wrap it up. Chan Man's heading over to Dowdy Ficklin Stadium to watch the action and, of course, be back here for the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show. One final timeout. Back with you after this.
This is Holton Ahlers. I've been eating at Parker's Barbecue since I was a kid. Now, all these years later, I still love to eat at Parker's. In fact, I love it so much, I bring my entire offensive line with me. They protect me, and I look out for them with great food from Parker's Barbecue. So whether you bring the team like me or just your friends and family, the awesome barbecue, chicken, and seafood at Parker's is a win every time. Parker's Barbecue, where they always treat you like family.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance. The no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holton Ahlers for my friends at ArcPoint Labs. Just as I trust my teammates, you can trust ArcPoint Labs to give you quick and accurate results for your laboratory testing needs. ArcPoint Labs provides insights and solutions to enable individuals, businesses, and communities to make informed decisions on their health, safety, and well-being. Visit any of the 6 Eastern North Carolina ArcPoint Labs locations or go to arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates!
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
This is Braxton Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. If you're looking to purchase a home, it is still a great time, and being pre-qualified before you begin shopping is an advantage. At Angel Oak, we offer a wide variety of programs ranging from conventional, government, and portfolio loans that can fit most financial situations. To get started, contact our experienced team of Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, Wanda Hager, or myself, Braxton Green, at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
The Dickinson Avenue Public House is a lively and diverse restaurant in Greenville that utilizes fresh and local ingredients. With influences of Creole, Asian, and upscale Southern cuisine, the Dickinson Avenue Public House offers a seasonally rotating menu and a full-service bar with rotating craft brews on tap. Come to the intersection of 8th and Dickinson and enjoy $1 off drafts on Tuesday, half-price flights on Wednesday, half-price wine bottles on Thursday, and $1 oysters Tuesday through Friday from 5:30 to 7. For more details, check out their website at daphousenc.com.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, UCF turns it over on downs. Navy has the ball with less than 5 minutes to go and holding on to a 17-14 lead over UCF. It is halftime in Pittsburgh, and Pitt leads Duke 20-14. It's Alabama 17, Austin Peay nothing in the third quarter. Vanderbilt holding on to a 14-12 lead over Florida in the third quarter. Michigan still sitting at 7 points for the entire first half. They are at halftime, and they lead it over Illinois 7-3. Michigan State leads Indiana 24-14. It's Purdue 20, Northwestern 3 in the third quarter. At the half, it's Florida State 35, Louisiana 3. UConn is trailing Army 13-10 in the third quarter. TCU and Baylor tied at 14 apiece. Virginia Tech and Liberty are tied at 17 in the third quarter. Texas A&M has a 10-3 lead over UMass in the third quarter, and Nebraska is still sitting at 7-0 over Wisconsin in the third quarter. Texas San Antonio has a 21-0 lead over Rice in the second quarter. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. In Eastern North Carolina, they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And right now during football season, you can join the Buck for Sunday Fun Day with football, food trucks, live music, giveaways, and the largest 4K TV in Eastern North Carolina. Follow the Buck on Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip.
All righty, Navy gets a huge first down on fourth down, 3:45 left to go. They are going to review it, but it should stand, and UCF has 2 timeouts left, so Navy trying to ice this one down. Let's wrap up the Bud Light pregame tailgate with a Facebook post I just saw real quick. This is from Arnold James. He says, "Hello, friends. According to the time you read me, God bless you abundantly. I apologize for this instruction. My name is Arnold James. I'm 72 years old from California, and I'm responsible for exporting cotton in France and peanuts. I had to contact you this way because I'm making a donation that will be very useful to you. I suffer from a terminal brain tumor, parentheses throat cancer. My attending physician has just informed me my days are numbered because my health is deteriorating. According to the doctor's statement, a bullet has been stuck in my brain cage for almost 4 years now. I lost my wife with my only daughter in an accident. I'm currently a childless widow and have not been married since. I'm considering donating to a family of good character who can put my donation to good use. I don't know what neighborhood he's in, but I want to help you. I currently have 780,000 euros in my bank, and I'd made a blocked account. I'm ready to give you this sum in the bank, this money, which can help you in your business and projects. I ask you to accept this. It is a gift that I'm giving to you and without asking for anything in return. I'm in a lot of pain and I'm very scared. I can hardly sleep because I don't want to die without giving all my money. Otherwise, I think it would be a sin. May the peace and mercy of God be with you. Contact me via this WhatsApp number for more information. Thank you very much." You guys think we should contact this man? Why not? he's going to give us all that money. If he doesn't, it would be a sin. Guys, we just hit the jackpot, baby.
I think we should end the show.
Arnold James is going to give us his money. Why are y'all not excited? He's got a bullet stuck in his brain. A freaking bullet. His kid died, and he's giving us money. Am I the only one excited about this?
Yes!
Shirley, who's your fantasy pick?
I got to go with the guy that showed up right beside Double B, CJ.
You know why Chandler doesn't like this? Because he has been fooled by like 100 of these scams online. He's having flashbacks.
Yes.
Arnold James has hit up Chandler like 7 times. Chandler, who's your fantasy pick?
He had a hot start to the season. He's kind of died down a little bit in the past few games.
In respect to Arnold, could we not say died?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Give me Ryan Jones. I'm going to go Ryan Jones on his senior
I thought
day.
about that. He just seems like he's been kind of banged up. But, all right, that leaves me Keaton Mitchell and Isaiah. I'm going to go with Isaiah on his final game at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Man, I wish he was around a little longer, but got to go with Isaiah Winstead. Buried the hatchet with a little scary earlier this week, so he's feeling good, playing with a lot of confidence, and looking forward to seeing what he can do today on the field. All right, enjoyed it, folks. Chandler, we'll let you get out to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium.
I'm going to miss you out there.
I know, man, but I'm going to need you to have double the energy, double the excitement. I'm going to need you to do all your celebrations on your own today.
Sounds good.
Have fun out there. We'll reconvene after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. We're taking your calls after East Carolina and Houston. We'll talk to you then. Shirley Rhodes, Chan Man, Clip Rock. Thanks to Country Mart for the awesome food today. Gonna grab some on the way out. And talk to you after the game. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter call-in show, right here on Pirate Radio.